Hello. Well, only 10 minutes late. Someone take a screenshot of this. 10 minutes only late. What a dream. Hello, everyone. Sunday stream. Bit weird. But my time has been all over the place. I haven't been well. So, here we are, I guess. How are we all doing? No cat. Gotta feed the cat first. What do you want out of this? These? Should we get some of these? That is a 6-star Foley. Interesting. Anyway. All that grinding we did for Live Arena, I ended up getting the goddamn axe, didn't I? The stupid axe serpentis that nobody likes. Let's just kill the Taras, I guess. I would have liked to have done that, but that's okay. Probably gonna get locked out. Oh no, he resisted. So let's just do that. Switch form. And like, I don't know, swing some damage out. Nope, I did not get Death Dealer. I got the Axe Serpentis, which, you know, everyone wants an Axe Serpentis in their life, right? Because that axe is totally useful. I will say though, the fusion, the A2 ability on the fusion does hit quite hard. It does hit quite hard. So, you know, maybe I build the fusion for the lols and put it on the fusion champ, but I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. But yeah, I got the axe, and it did make me question, you know, what is the number in the universe kind of vibe. I was like, why did I do all that grinding for Live Arena just to get an axe that is useful in one boss fight on very, very few specific champions? I mean, you think about that, Elixir. Go look at all of the rewards for all of the arena and tell me which... oh, man. Who puts Marius on a one-man defense? That's kind of annoying. Go look at all the arena rewards and tell me any reward apart from maybe Swift Parry that you actually use in Live Arena. Or any arenas. None of the rewards you get on any arena mode ever really gives you more power in arena. Maybe the new Rebirth set, I guess, is probably the only exception in Stonecleaver, right? The new sets from Live Arena that they've just added is probably the first that I've seen them add, which actually gives you power, like, is a reward that helps you progress in the same content area. Raid is very unique in the sense that they like to give you rewards that don't help you in the place where you got those rewards. You gotta, like, Hydra to get you Stone Skin to help you improve in Arena. You go to Doom Tower bosses to help you improve in other places other than Doom Tower. It's kind of weird. I don't mind that they make Hydra-only relics. I just don't like the fact that the Live Arena is the where they've put it. Right? I'd rather they put them in... Like, I feel like if you're using materials for the content area, then the relics need to be more relevant for the content area. So if anything, I'd rather them make like Hydra-specific relics, which use Hydra-specific materials that give you those rewards. So then I can choose to use them. I'm not so disappointed. But I feel like anything that is that specific should be drawn from that pool. Right? That's the way I think it should go. Yeah, so like if you make arena relics, then you know, those arena relics are earned from being in arena. That just makes sense, so. Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, that's the main question is, maybe that's what they should do, right? I don't mind they go through all the different game modes and add lots of different relics for lots of different game modes. That's cool. The more relics we can craft, the better. And you're not harming your economy by giving us some more ways to forge relics. We talked about this like a couple of streams ago, where it was like, hey, you know, you kind of need to give me 10 times the amount of relics I'm currently earning in order to be able to play the relic game. So the more places we can earn materials, the better. And it incentivizes those game areas, right? Maybe I want to win those relics from Hydra or whatever, because you still have the shared pool of relics, which means that there's still always an incentive to go for any material, because you might want the ones from the standard pool. So I am doing the fusion. Yeah, but keep in mind that Arathi's Comet only works for debuffers. So if you have a damage dealer that doesn't debuff, then what do you put on them? You know, take He-Man, for example. He-Man doesn't debuff at all, so he can't use Arathi's Comet. So I don't mind they give you more options for non-debuffers, because there are a large amount of damage dealers that don't ever put a debuff out. You might want to use, you know? Not many, but there are plenty of them. So I'm all for there being options to balance that out, because otherwise it's a bit unfair, right? It's kind of like, well, this damage dealer now is infinitely worse because it doesn't debuff and it can't take advantage of Arathi's Comet. It's a bit of a problem, you know? I am doing the fusion, yeah. I call it a comet, I know. I'm very bad at this. It's too close to a similar word. I know it's a comet. It's coronet. I call it a comet. I don't know why. It's a comet in my brain. It's just stuck since day one. I just call it comet. Call it my stupidity. By the way, I was doing all the updates to the champion guides, right? Last night. I'll be honest. This dude's A3. Where is he? This 3 faction bonus is a little bit disgusting if you can stack poisons up on a target. It effectively hits all other enemies for 0.2 max HP, but it increases that damage by 0.1 for every poison on the initial target. So if you can do like, I don't know, 4 poisons out on one target, it's a very, very strong AoE hit. Very strong AoE hit this. This is a 0.2, yeah. So if it's a boss, it's 0.1. If it's a champion, it's 0.2 of the target's maximum HP. And then for every poison, it's another 0.1. So if you hit like Duchess, it will take 0.2 of her max HP. And then for every poison on that target, it's another 0.1. So if you put 4 poisons, it's effectively a 0.6. So 60% of the target's max HP is an AoE hit. It's very strong. Very, 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 very strong. But that depends on if you can get the poisons out right. But he does, you know, he does pump a bit of poisons himself. So that's pretty good. You know, if you can put him with Elva, this guy and Elva together is that's just a little bit gross. But he's difficult to make work. But it is a strong... Yeah, someone like Neldor or Nell. Yeah, Kaldor, Nell, Elva, I would say, because you want to get the continuous heals. You could use Oella as well. It's very good. Whether or not it has... This is like translation of math versus reality. Can you set him up to be successful? I don't know. The math, though, tells me it hits quite hard. It's very strong. Very, very good. And also, the Fusion's A2 is pretty solid. His A2 is pretty solid. It's pretty good. Would I necessarily say that he's insane? No, because he's just Hydra only. But it's decent. It's not useless, right? It's not to the level of this fusion we had, right? It's nowhere near this fusion. I'm pretty sure at some point, maybe in Faction Wars hard mode, the Incarnate is going to come into her own at some point. But right now, the Incarnate is just like totally useless kind of thing. At least he does do his job in the role he's meant to do it in. But I feel like it's one of those champions you get for very, very, very specific things. And it's just too specific. So it's too, but it's pretty good. I did a bit of math assessment on the other champions. This one's a little bit, I don't know, meh. It's a little bit meh. I'll be honest, I just don't see much value of Deathbrand over just straight block revive, and we have a lot of block revive champions. I don't really know if that's really a cool thing. I'm still undecided on whether I like Deathbrand as a thing, because it's a removable block revive. It like, I have Fenax, I can just walk in with Fenax and kill someone, right? It's a level of annoyance. Not great damage multipliers on her, I'll be honest. Not insane. So, but the Unity dude is... it's pretty good. So... but I am doing the fusion. So we're going to pull some champions. Then we'll do the math on Embrys. I decided to pull Embrys in the end because we don't have a champion chase for this fusion. And I really just didn't want to wait a whole week and a half, 2 weeks for a CBC that was going to be personal anyway. So I probably won't book him because that's a lot of points. But I will. I just got him. I just couldn't be bothered to wait. I've got him fully mastered already, so we can build him out. I don't have a blessing for him because obviously these mythicals, you can't pull the champion's soul until you have earned him. So I haven't pulled any soul stones in a while. So hopefully the next time I'll get him. When we pull, we'll get him. But he doesn't even show up in the shop or anything, so it's impossible to have one ready to go. Which is annoying. It's frustrating, but eventually we'll get him. I also don't think, like Carnage, there is a way to even empower him at the moment. They really need to kind of get on top of this. Like, there's 2 mythical champions now that you can't earn from summoning that I can't empower, and it just makes them weak compared to other champions. I'm not saying that, I would have something straight out the bat to empower Carnage, but if I can get multiple Commoduses kind of thing, well, that means that Commodus has an advantage. It's a bit annoying. They need to address that, I think. It could even be that, you feed the same Night Revenants. They like to do the same affinity to the same sort of rarity. So if you want to empower Gieth, for example, if she wasn't, then it would be another magic Night Revenant legendary. Maybe they're just waiting for that moment to basically create the same affinity mythical, but it's been a while now. I feel like they need to address it. Yeah, but we're going to have a look at his damage numbers, Jonathan, because he does have accuracy in his multipliers. Not on his base form, but on his alternate form, he does have accuracy in his multipliers. So we're going to basically do some math assessments around whether or not it's worth having this accuracy at all. I know the optimizer at the moment is not giving you accuracy. I've asked one of our team to basically do some unit tests to check if Embrys is actually reporting good damage based on his accuracy multipliers. But we're going to do some math here today to help that plan as well, to see, what contribution is this actually doing. I think right now it's about 0.01 of his HP for every 100 accuracy, right? So if you have 500 accuracy, you're getting 0.05 more multiplier. So it doesn't actually modify anything in that sense. It's adding to the HP multiplier more than anything else. So this is 0.28 plus whatever, one every 0.01 for every 100 accuracy. So we'll have a look. Have I changed my mind about intimidating presence after live arena? I haven't changed my philosophy in the sense that I don't think it's as important as everyone says, because I think it's a bit of a foe in the sense that it sounds like it does more than it does. And I think that's the way I'm going to say it. It sounds like it's giving you tremendous amounts of speed when it actually isn't. It's giving you 5 to 10 most of the time. That being said, is it bad to have? No, it's probably worth doing if you can fit it in. I did do some swap arounds. I did switch to Lamasu to it just because I felt like actually her having, I think she had life harvest wasn't as valuable as the aura. Purely because of the way I'd set her up and because she's an aura. I just think it's a case of, it's not that I'm saying I was wrong, it's just my philosophy. What I was trying to say at the start was it doesn't give you as much as you would think, and things like the debuff you get from temporal chains gives you far more at even this level than you will gain from the barrier difference. Okay. It's not 15 speed though. It's really not 15 speed because the enemy will have some, right? It's not as much as you would think. Like if you basically put it up in a straight fight, right? If we literally did a straight fight, and we were like, okay, well, we got a base speed of 115, and let's just say I gave it 33% carnage, okay? Okay, so what I'm basically saying is, this is the base aura, okay? So now the banner is going to give me, effectively, 35% of that, okay? And this is pretty much as high as you can get it. I mean, you could go to an Odin tier, but let's just assume that that's a very niche situation. Now, the banner is giving you this, okay? So, in essence, I'm gaining an extra 13 speed, which sounds great, but that's a 6-star banner, right? That's a 6-star. If we were to basically put this banner 6 and then do just one tier down, you know, because not everyone here is going to have a 6-star banner to go to, then a 5-star banner is now actually a lot less. It is basically that, right? That's the difference between a 5 and a 6 banner. It's quite significant. But here's why I'm saying it's not as big. This assumes that the enemy doesn't have one, right? The enemy will weaken you. So what will actually happen for enemy banner, right? Let's just do the same concept. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter here because actually it should be 5 or 6. Because this is the value. It's more valuable on an enemy side because you hit your cap at 5, not 6. Okay. And then if I put enemy banner 4, just as an example. Now what the enemy banner is going to do is it's going to take this and it's going to knock off a little bit more. So what it's actually going to do, if you didn't have a banner, it would take that and it would basically take down by that. Okay. So it would basically drop you. So let's just do it like this to be certain. That's how much it would drop you. Or that. What are you doing, cat? Why are you complaining? You've had everything you could possibly want. No, don't meow me. Come on now. We're trying to do some math here. You're not helping. Go on. Go lie down. Go eat some food. Do your thing. Cats. Okay, so we basically got this, okay? So when you actually work it out, if it was in a 6 versus 6, right? So 6 ally versus 6 enemy. What you're actually doing is you're saying, okay, take my aura, times it by essentially 1.35, and then I'm timesing it by 0.8. I'm only actually gaining 3. Right, I'm only gaining 3 speed. Now, if we did, like, say, 6 ally versus, say, 4 enemy. Okay, well, what does that do? Well, that's basically going to take that. It's going to go 1.35, and then it's going to be a 0.9. Okay, now I'm gaining 8 speed. Okay, 8 speed. Let's just do it to that number. Now, if I do 5 ally versus, say, 6 enemy, and 5 ally versus 4 enemy. Okay, so what's going to happen here now? We're going to take that. We're going to times it by 1.15 and times it 0.8. And then we're going to take that. We're going to times it 1.15 times 0.9. Okay, so now we're losing speed. Effectively, the enemy is able to counteract us. Now, I suppose the question that everyone's going to have is, well, hang on, if you don't have one and they have one at 6, what's the difference? Okay, well, if the 6 enemy only, then we would basically say, okay, it is that times 0.8. So what is the enemy's banner actually doing to me? It's costing me 8 speed. 8 speed. That's the difference. So my swing ratio is effectively saying either I'm going to be -8 or I'm going to be +3. That's the swing, okay? So in essence, I've got a swing of about 10 speed. So that's what a full 6-star banner is giving me, is 10 speed over an enemy with a full 6-star, 5 or 6-star banner. Now, that's quite a lot in extremely high-end arena. But here's the thing, right? If I've got an enemy that is going, say, 400 speed, okay? And they start with Stone Skin. Well, they're now automatically going to. Keep in mind the way that the battle process is. If I go 400 speed, Stone Skin goes on first. So I'm immediately getting temporal chains before the ticks have happened. It doesn't go tick them up to a turn, then give Stone Skin. It goes Stone Skin, then tick them up. If I have a champion at 400 speed, well, let's just say 400 speed plus this bonus, okay? 400 speed plus this bonus. Let's say they're going, say it's like Siphi 400 speed with a Carnage Aura. If I apply my temporal chains at, say, what is temporal chains at 4 star? Let's have a look. So let's say it's at 4 star. We get a 3% reduction. Okay? That is giving me, effectively, more, at 4 star, more than the banner would give me. Because this is giving me a 13 speed swing. Okay? And this is why I'm trying to say that the banner is not as powerful as something like Temporal Chains if they have a buff on them. Because what happens if they have 2 buffs on them? Well, this goes up again. Now it's actually twice as many, right? So if I say buff count, when I'm not talking about the 6-star bonus here, I'm talking about, like, the actual effect, okay? 0.03 times this, okay? This is a 4-star banner. Let me just put this here, because this could be different. It's a 4-star, sorry, it's a 4-star temporal chains, okay? If I have 2 buffs on the enemy and they have a 3% debuff, I'm gaining 26 speed. No, because Marius won't proc. You're not understanding. I'm not talking about the 6-star bonus. Marius is not proccing unless they get a 3rd buff. What I'm comparing is the value of a 6-star banner against the value of a 5-star or even a 3-star temporal chains. Heck, if we even go to a 2-star, right? A 1-star temporal chains is effectively, with 1 Stone Skin, going to give you the same equivalency as what the enemy banner is doing. So what I'm trying to say is, when I was having the conversation about what is better, I'm saying Temporal Chains gives you more effective speed lead than a banner. Yes, it does work. You're not understanding. It will work. If it goes, enemy, Stone Skin, right? What happens when the enemy gains a Stone Skin is it goes start the battle, place the Stone Skin buff, now proc. The moment that Stone Skin buff goes on, I've decreased their speed. So you are effectively getting the same thing as an aura. Because the enemy has gained Stone Skin. 1 buff is better than the entire 6-star banner. It does. Of course it does. Because the buff goes on. I'm sure it does. Sure it does. Unless they nerf Temporal Chain. Did they nerf it? Hang on. Except for the buff place to start the round. Oh yeah, they nerfed it, didn't they? Ah, fuck. I forgot they nerfed it. It never used to. Does it really matter though? What buffs apply at the start of the round? Let's have a look. Ah, they did, didn't they? Okay, but still, my point remains. You're more likely to get more speed. So even if that doesn't happen, right? Even if that doesn't happen, and say like Siphi goes first, or they have a lockout or something like that. The moment Siphi buffs everyone, she's going to do 3 buffs. That's going to give you more than your banner. Yeah, I forgot they nerfed it. So here's the thing as well, right? Here's the thing. The banner will only ever work on your aura. Temporal Chains will work on speed. So if you decide to go and add a speed buff, guess what? Your Temporal Chains is going to work better. right? Because it's doing it globally. So now it's giving you 34 speed. So temporal chains is just by far a better speed buff. Now, I will admit that if you're only interested in going first, then sure. But that doesn't always mean you're going to win, right? Supersonic is very powerful. Temporal chains can do a lot of good work. And this is a 1-star. Imagine it being on like a 5-star. The 5-star is giving you 85 speed bonus when someone puts 3 buffs out. That's huge. That's far more than 3. Huge. But it does give you speed. Of course it does. Because it gives them no less speed. So the argument of temporal chains doesn't give you speed, so it's worthless, is basically the same thing as going, oh, 3 speed is worth more to me than the enemy losing 85 speed. So we should just never use decreased speed, right? Because that doesn't give me any speed. We should never drop turn meter, that doesn't give me speed. In my opinion, if you're asking for a tier list of things that I would pick, I will be putting temporal chains minimum 5-star, like maximum 5-star, in every one of my teams before I ever pick a banner. Because it's going to give me more effective control over the fight. And 9 times out of 10, just going first only really matters if you have lockout. And often, if you don't win the first round, if they do any form of buffing, you can use Supersonic to cut in. So. And keep in mind, I'm talking about the ultra high end that this would matter. The majority of players here are not going to lose or win because they had 3 speed over the enemy. It's just not. Fabian needs a lot to work. So, and I mean, a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, Shu Zhen. So it's like one very niche situation. It's like saying temporal chains is the best blessing to have because there's Shu Zhen. So if you don't have Shu Zhen in your team, should you still use it? Probably not, because temporal chains is going to be better for you. So you've got to look at the overall situation, right? It's too easy for someone to go, oh, well, you have to have temporal chains because Shu Zhen's in the game and everyone just uses Shu Zhen. Well, you know, probably 70% of the players here don't have Shu Zhen. Whereas, you know, 70% of the players here are going to be facing enemies that are going to do buffing. So temporal chains has more value to you there. But that's what my point was. Doesn't mean that I'm saying intimidating presence is bad, because it's not. I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of the big picture, intimidating presence gives you far less speed advantage than half the blessings in the game, because it's giving you a very small amount when you do the math. It generally works out if you have a Supersonic 4. For every buff they put on the enemy team, it gives you around about a 20 to 25 speed advantage. Okay, so if Sify puts 3 buffs out, it's somewhere in the region of about 80 equivalency of speed in the speed race in the way that it works. So, I don't think that's the case. I have run a lot of no banner and my win rate's about 60%, which I would say is about average for the average player. Problem is, there's just far too many people that spend too much time watching endgame PvP streams and then think that they can basically reproduce the same results, and they can't. There's just literally no point watching those streams unless you're in that committee, right? You might watch it to learn a few things about how the game works, don't get me wrong, but if you're basically watching people like Croizen to reproduce their exact same teams, you just might as well not bother, because they're too strong. Their damage and their stats are way different to the average player. And that's what I'm trying to say, is like, for the average player, you don't have the likes of Shu Zhen, you don't have the likes of, you know, other champions. So what's going to give you the most of value? It's not a hard and fast rule. I think the way it was presented to me was like, wow, you can't even hope to win the game unless you have intimidating presence, which is just factually not true, right? That's just factually wrong. You can easily do just fine without intimidating presence. For the majority of players, they won't even notice it winning them fights. So, yeah, I like to aim around 240, 250 for my speed, for speed on my damage dealers these days, as a minimum. So, Yeah, exactly. Like, Drock's got 470 speed. Your banner ain't going to be fighting against those players unless you have equivalencies, right? For them, it matters more because essentially they are fighting over 1 to 2 speed, which is fine. I mean, that's okay for them, but for you guys, like, it's just the narrative that I see sometimes of people going, well, and you know, just doing it all wrong because Croydon has this and Croydon does that. I'm like, so does that mean it works? Like, I don't have Commoduses, I don't have Nices, I don't have all these champions. So how do I win? I find another way. Turns out I don't need the banner because there are better options. I go second. Supersonic Temporal Chains gives me more value than a banner. That's the point I'm trying to make. So. And I know people will say, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. How could he even call himself? I don't call myself an endgame PvPer. That's the key thing I would say. I'm not advocating that I am like top 100. I'm advocating for the average person that just wants to try and get to like, I don't know, 1,320 in live arena seasons and just try to get to gold 2 here or there. That's who I advocate for. And those players do not need to be perfect and do not need to stress out about trying to get every little thing right for fear of not getting it, you know? Are we actually pushing in Hydra? I don't think we are. Let me double check. I need to check if my clan's pushing Hydra, so I know. I think we are not, which is great. So I will just throw in my wonderful little key. I don't know. Who's going to get it this week? Let's throw in... you'll do. I mean, it's not really tanking, but it's quite low. Well, I would say my audience is the average player. There's just a lot of elitist PvPers that come into stream from time to time and say, well, this guy said this. And I'm like, good for that guy. You know what I mean? It's like, I think the majority of people here are in the bracket of like, just trying to get to gold 1 tag team arena to get my Marius or to get my Romantu, right? That's the average player that I think comes into these. So, yeah, Hegemon is I think Stone Cleaver will make Hegemon even better. There are more solutions now to, there are far more solutions to Stone Skin there ever have been. And the more, it's the natural evolution of the meta. The more solutions you add for things like Stone Skin, the more solutions you add for Polymorph, the more champions that were previously hampered extremely hard by them start falling back into meta. And Hegemon was always meta until he couldn't one-shot people. And then he couldn't do his A1 decreased turn meter because he couldn't use Evil Eye kind of thing. Because everyone had Stone Skin. Now that you can kind of just like try to burst through Stone Skin with Stone Cleaver and Cracking Roots, you'll start seeing the big Giga Stone Skins come back in. The Giga Hegemons, right? You're going to start seeing them come back in. The ones that are +4 6-star awakened that can one-shot you. I think they will become much more prominent, which is natural. And it's good because it means that the champions that we lost, we haven't fully lost, right? They've come back, which is important, I think. So... I mean, what particular area? I can ask, right? We can do it. We can say, what tier of... I would say a good reference is tag team. And the reason why I'll say tag team is because I think everyone is naturally going to get up to gold 4 because they played seasons. It's too easy to climb. So it's not a reflection of the stats. So I would say, what tier of tag team arena are you? And I would say gold 3+, gold 2, gold 1, less than gold, right? It's a good reflection of where people are at. right? And you can also do it based on speed. What's your fastest champion? Because if your fastest champion is like 350, you're probably not anywhere near the end game. Because the end game now, like the ultra end game, like the top tier is like 450 plus. My tier of end game would be about 400, 410, 420. The average player is probably 350, 360. Right? The average player. And this is what I'm trying to say is like, it's super useful to watch endgame PvPers to know how they think and how they build their champions. But you've got to be careful about trying to apply methodologies that they do, because what they can do is they can take a champion that might not have as good multipliers or maybe a little bit weak or may not have as good XYZ and put them into a tier because of how strong their gear and other things are. Maybe they've got a 6-star soul or maybe they've got a +4 and do things that you can't do. That's just a reality. And that's the issue that I have sometimes with people who say, you know, oh, nice is insane. I mean, nice is only good if you can make a very strong nice. Same as Commodus. His bomb multipliers are not amazing. So unless you've got a strong build on him, he kind of can't do his main purpose, which is one-shot you. Because you can't multiply his bombs, right? His bombs don't increase based on attack. They're based on HP. So it's not like you can go increase HP. So you need a very strong HP pool. So there's a balance to these things. And I'm not saying that, you know, Commodus, if you have him, you shouldn't use him. That's not the case. But the difference between, say, Croizen's Commodus or you know, Drock's Commodus or versus your Commodus is going to be like probably 50% damage. That's just the reality. So does it help to go, well, I've got Commodus now, but I can't seem to get the same results? Versus something that you can do like a Nishak or like a... what's his face, the undead dude that has attack bombs where you can basically give yourself the difference in damage because you can put an attack buff on them. You know, that's the key thing. Yeah, like Toshiro. I got Toshiro. Useless for me until I get a 6-star soul on him or a 5-star soul because he can't even touch Marius. Because Marius is just too strong, right? And that's the difference, is just because a champion has the right skill set doesn't mean you can apply that skill set if you don't have the gear. Gear is still very important. Guy is to Gleeful, that's the guy, so. How do I think the Sylvan faction will be in Chimera? Well, poisons are pretty bad for Chimera. So, probably not as good. And the problem with Unity is you need all specific factions, and whilst Elva is good, there's not that many other good things within the Sylvan Watchers that you would bring into Chimera. So. Oh, for sure. I mean, he's not great into Stone Skin meta. You'd need to find a team around it. All I'm saying is, Buho, is those champions, you can modify your stats to get stronger bombs to help you. Whereas with Commodus, you cannot, right? You've got to go with what his base HP is. So if you can't build him strong enough, then he won't do his job anyway. So yeah. They changed the quest, Noda. They made it so you only needed like 4 for the clan quest because trying to do 9 ram things was ridiculous. So. Sort of, yeah, but it depends on the multiplier, right? Because it depends, like, Commodus's bomb multipliers are not great. He's about 40% weaker than an attack multiplier in terms of bombs. So that means you have to basically substitute 40% plus 1.5 times attack in that sense. And the big problem is he doesn't have a HP multiplier in the sense that, you know, an attack multiplier can have the attack buff, so you get 50% more damage to your bombs. You don't get that with HP. That's why it's worse. That's not always true, Mr. Cypher Dragon. That's not always true. Right? Because the thing is, the bomb multipliers is like a critical threshold, as someone pointed out before. If you can't hit the critical threshold, like, an average build will work. So, I mean, it's not wrong. Like, you know, equality will balance itself out. But what I'm trying to say is like there's like this 1% difference, and then the 90% difference, there's a lot more variance. But there's a big gap between the 1% and the 99%. Like, I personally only really lose to high-end Commoduses, like people in the sort of 7,000-8,000 gold 4 plus bracket. Otherwise, most of the time I can tank it out. If he doesn't kill you, he stuns you, no. Yeah, but I mean, that means he needs to have the ability to get rid of whatever stops you from getting stunned. I mean, you know, Intercept, for example, will stop you from getting stunned. There's lots of things that stop you from getting stunned. So that's not always a hard and fast rule. We know this because, like, look at Fabian. It hurts. Plus, he's got affinity issues to matter with Commodus, right? If you weak hit, you don't get bombs. So all I'm saying is, like, it's never a, well, Commodus is really strong when I've watched Croissant do it, so therefore I've just got Commodus, so now I must be the top arena champion in the game. That's not always a 1-to-1 ratio, and I think some people will approach it that way. Newt doesn't really need that much ignore defense. Unless you're in Chimera, to be honest, because he's going to hit Cap pretty easily because he's a single target. Am I still a Fortis enjoyer? Not really. The problem with Fortis is there's just not enough places where fear matters. Fortis is one of those... I actually think Fortis is the one champion that I would put highest of all that needs a rework from a legendary void capacity. He's good. The problem is he just has no boss functionality because there's just no bosses that you can do fear on. So what Fortis needs is an alternative when fear can't be placed. Otherwise, how does he access his hidden ability? He never can. And it means that he's just incredibly weak if you can't clear waves, and Maris is in the game who just decimates waves. So his one strong MVP, which was to help you climb through waves, is gone. Because it's just too easy. I could. I'll be honest, John. I've not used the background battles in since it's come out. I used it once or twice, realized it was totally useless, and I just never used it again. So I've just never gone back to... You're correct. I could have done. Nell's a little bit like Volcanos for me. I feel like Volcanos is one of those champions that if you let him get a turn, you're kind of screwed. But a lot of the times you just kill them because whilst they're throwing crap at you, you can just kill them. And I think Nell's a similar champion like that. If you let her get a turn, you're in trouble because she will probably wreck you. Because if she gets a turn with all the different things she can do, it's very strong. But I feel like most of the time with Nell, I just end up just killing her. But I have been destroyed by a Nell once or twice. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Because she just keeps dumping poisons on you. It's quite a lot. Right, first things first. We got to do Summon Rush. Right, we got to do the Summon Rush. For some reason, I'm doing the fusions. I don't really know. I don't really know why I'm doing it. How many do I need? 500. Do I need 6 Sacreds? What do we got going on here? I kind of went for this dude. I don't really know why. I don't think he's that good, but he's the one I don't have. Right? I mean, he does do quite a lot of cool stuff. Like, you know... I guess. I don't know. I will say, from a buff spread point of view, pretty giga. This is a very giga build. It's a very giga skill. All buffs on him to all allies is giga. And then placing block buffs and block active skills on the target. Pretty good. Because he also does debuff spread. He's kind of cool. I've already got these two. I got this guy. So I was like, do you know what? We'll just go for this dude. So we'll see what we get. I could just summon, like, voids for Odin, but I don't know. I don't even know if I'd use... I mean, Odin is good, to be fair. I mean, all three of these are great. I would say in order of... It depends. If you want PvP, you kind of go Odin. If you want PvE, then you go to Senna. But I don't really think having Senna would improve my current Chimera team in terms of trials. It would give me more damage, but it would be at a sacrifice. Well, actually, I suppose it could just replace Elva. But I would lose my cleanse then. So I don't I don't really think she improves my team. Right? I don't really think she actually does it. But if I want PvP, you've got Odin. I think Odin is better than Queen of Hearts, personally. So we could pull Voids. I got 18. That would give me... How many points here? It's 120. 120 times 180. Or 18 times 120. What would that give me? My math calculator is broken. 18 times 120. Does that give me 2,000 of the 3,000 points? Yeah, let's do that. I kind of think that Odin would be more valuable to me. So let's do this. She would improve the damage, but I would lose trials, is what I'm trying to say. Because I would be going in without a block. I'd be going in without a block debuffs, which is always risky. Elva is really good because she gives me Veil. I would lose all those things, so... To me, it's worth... Odin is worth more, because I can use Odin in Arena. I can't use Senna. Right, and my current Chimera team already does like 320, 340 million damage, so... I'm not going to increase... It's not like it's going to go up a lot, because I don't have Arbaeus. So... Until I get Arbaeus, it's not going to go up. I would build Nell full damage. She'd be a damage dealer in my eyes. Yeah, I don't know how Queen counters Odin, if I'm being honest. I mean, we're not going to get anything, so... We're just working our way up closer to a legendary. With my Voids, I kind of just summon whenever there is a desirable champion. And then I need 2 of these. So 2 Sacreds. It's going to be 2 Epics, probably. Because that's just the way these summon rushes go. 2 Epics. Polar Bear. Oh well. We got our points, though. That's all we needed. I could have probably saved myself another Sacred, but it's not the end of the world. Claim. Claim. There we go. I also have some relic crafting to do. Now, I did an oopsie. I was super... I've been ill pretty much for the last 2 weeks. In various bouts of, like, really ill and better, and then it got worse, and it got better. And I've also been working, like, 15-hour days. So I was actually struggling to do CVC. I missed out on the final personal rewards by, like, 10,000 points because I fell asleep running Shogun Grove. I was like, so we don't have that. But I do have a lot here. Now, I could mix and match. I could basically do something like this. It's probably worth doing than doing like this. Because this gives me a 19% chance at legendary. It's probably worth me doing this to get the 39% chance. Although it splits the Chimera and Clan relics, it's not the end of the world if I get any of those. So that's what I think I will do. But first things first, let's see what we get. Let's get ourselves another Death Bell. Oh, a Tempus Sanguinus. That's actually not bad. Then we go Epic. I still don't mix rarities here. Although I did make a bit of a mistake with the Live Arena Mythicals. I might actually combine the Live Arena Mythicals with my Chimera going forward. Because I really don't... reducing the amount of chance to get him is not bad. Although I do want the Death Dealer, so maybe it's not that good. Scroll the Unseen, okay. Let's clear out these blue. Mask of Rage. Nothing useful here right now. We almost 4-0. The Flesh Render. We'll increase the damage of each hit by the next attack by 3%. Of any surplus heal when healing. Damage cannot increase by 20%. Okay. So the wearer is going to increase the damage of each hit on their next attack by 3% of any surplus heal when self-healing. But it's only going to be 20,000. That feels naff. Feels rubbish to me. What does it go up to? So I can increase the damage, but not the cap. So, I'll be honest. Why would you ever level that relic? You're going to hit cap on 3% overheal. Because if I overheal for like 100,000 health, maybe you wouldn't. Let's have a look. Actually, no, you wouldn't. That's a fair point. You would need the damage. Because otherwise that would be... It's really hard. How much would you have to heal? Well... Is that 300,000? 600,000? Oh, yeah, you're never going to hit cap. It's like 650,000 overhealing. Or 670,000 overhealing you'd have to do at 3%. So, what do you gain? Like 4, 5, 6%. So it halves it. So, man, that is not a good relic. So you need to do 334,000 overhealing to get 20,000 damage. That is really rough. That is, I'm not gonna lie, that is a trash relic. That is real bad. Wow. Alright then, let's see what we get. Miles and miles of disappointment. It's gonna be an epic relic. Let's go. Oh my god. Alright, well, that happened. Can't even do this. I mean, we could have had any of these. Or any of these. Or any of these. But no, we got a freaking Dragonstone. The hell do I want to do with a Dragonstone? Well. I saved all this for stream. I mean, the scroll's alright. The 10% Sanguinus could be okay. Flesh Render's absolute trash. There's my wonderful axe that I have absolutely no use for whatsoever. I mean, how much does it go up to? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11%. And then you got 4. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it can go up to like 44% bonus damage. I'd be curious to do the math, okay, with a Trunder. I think it would be failing because I think you would gain double bonus with Comet because the second hit wouldn't count. But you would get more multiplicative bonus on the first hit with Trunder because it can go up to 44%, right? Because you're going to get 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11% per exposed head and you would gain like 4 heads. So 44% bonus in an ideal situation. The thing is, you're basically going from, well, you get more, but you need to have all 4 heads exposed versus just debuff someone like 6 times and you get 30% bonus damage. It's the conversation I have with relics a lot, which is one thing is consistent and the other thing is like it's situational. You always kind of lean towards the consistent relics unless it does something as powerful as like the wand. I think of all the relics we have in the game right now, the only one that I would be like, yeah, okay, that's really, really insane is the wand, which isn't consistent, right? Because you can't really get more. Is it 25, 30, 35, 40%, right? 40% is what you can get. It's the only one that I would say out of all of the inconsistent ones that is kind of crazy because this is not as strong. It's good, but it's not as strong. This is okay, but it's nowhere near as strong, right? What else have we got? Like these one, this is not that strong. I don't think it's that amazing. It's the only one out of all of these that like, okay, this is what I mean. This is consistent, right? You value the Death Dealer because it's consistent, You value Cat's Gaze because you just get the bonus. You value things like the Coronet because you always have it. It's really easy to engage. The only one I would say that it's conditional that you're like, oh, that's insane, is the Wand. Any other situational thing, I'm almost like, yeah, but the situation to enable the Axe Serpentis to be useful means I have to decapitate 4 heads just to beat an epic. It's kind of harsh, you know? And like this, I have to load up poisons, and it only can be the poisons that I load up. So now I've narrowed the pool of possible champions to just champions that can do a lot of poisons. And those champions generally don't hit hard. That being said, this with the new, with Nell, probably pretty strong. This one with the Silver Watch Unity, pretty strong. But it's so niche, it's almost like forgettable. And I could just simply go, okay, what is this going to give me? 1, 2, so 2%, 3%, 4%, 5% per poison. So if Nell pumps out 4 poisons, it's 20%. Well, I can get like 14% or 16% without even needing a poison. You know what I mean? It's... Well, yeah, Chrysalid is insane, but the difference is Chrysalid you can get to 100% if you could level it. But do you know what I mean? I'm not considering that one as conditional because technically it is 100% if you level it. Obviously getting a rank 6 is hard, but that, you know, eventually we'll be able to. I'm talking about things that never get to 100%, right? There are many things that never get to 100%. This never gets to 100%. So it weakens it completely. This one, you could get it to 100%, so. Hey, Templar. Yeah, like, this is pretty good on poisons, but it's very, very niche, because poison itself is a very weak debuff these days. The only reason why Nell with poisons is good is because it enables her kit. The poison itself is kind of useless, because so many bosses reduce poison damage, and there are just better options for you to do more damage these days. If we didn't have, like, Newts and Mariuses, and we didn't have HP burn, then poison value would be incredibly high, because there isn't a better option. But there always is an alternative to poison that you would go to. The only time I think I've ever gone to a poison as an option is when I had to do Cintranos, Fire Knight hard, and I didn't have access to my high damage dealers. So therefore, the same rule applies. When you don't have access to all those things, then it matters. Like now, for example, I would probably find poisons to be quite useful here, because I don't have access to anything else. I should look at this team about changing it around, though, because I don't know if I can just kill it easier with newer champions. Saoirse, maybe? Finer, potentially. Not really many high elves I would use with Finer, though. What are people using here? Anyone using a Finer? Nope. Cardiel, of course, and Seek Friends. Let's see if I can beat it. Why did I do that? It's probably a bad start already. I was kind of hoping I would get decreased speed out. It was possible. Boost turn meter. Which one's the triple hit? That's a triple hit. Triple hit. Not quite. Just need to get decreased speed out on it. I should be able to this time. Am I going to clear it this month? I never clear it. I don't have time for that stuff. Let's do it. Speed buff. Boom. Which one's going to be the best? 25%, 45%. Let's try that one. Oh, I got one. Can I get a heal reduction now? That would be great. There's one. Nice. Now let's get decreased speed. There we go. Rumor has it, Pedreig does have the ability to reduce the abilities of champions. It's a fake rumor because apparently he can't do it at the moment. Boom, boom, boom. Well, I don't really need to do that right now, so let's just boost everyone to keep speed going. Lovely. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, let's just kill it. What do you give an extra turn? Should do. Boost everyone up. A nice reduction. Oh, he found a way to reduce. Come on, kill it. Oh, he could have died that turn. Oh, I breached the damn thing again. Is the next rotation Dark Fae? No, it's the one after. Yeah, that Chrysalid relic is crazy. It's just super hard to get it because you're not getting many of those. You're just not getting many of those things, you know. That's pretty good. It's pretty trash. Pretty trash. Yeah, it might be alright. What's this one? Oh, this is the horrible one. I feel like I need to find an epic that can just one-shot this wave because that's just horrible. We're not going through that. We can go through here, though. This is pretty easy. Hey, Embrys works for this thing. Should totally use Embrys here. We'll use that Embrys in a minute. What's this? This is just about bombs. I still need to beat this as well. Now, technically, okay, the fusion would be extremely good for here because you can combine Garrel with the fusion to do repeat attacks on the boss. Right? Because the fusion, if you get the fusion, you can do it with this, right? So you can basically probably use the fusion to do bouncy, bouncy one-shot, okay? Because you would just basically go this, 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 this. Someone is bound to have ally attack, right? Surely someone's got ally attack. You know, Pedreig. And you could bring Finer in to get the extra turn. Lonatharil, right? High Elf. Now, technically speaking, you could get up to the third bonus, right? If we could refine... if you could double Lonatharil, which would be more desirable, double Lonatharil, then you absolutely could run full Finer, ally attack. And just use Garrel as like bonus support, right? Just for the extra jumpy. Now, you could basically bring any of the high elf as well instead of the double ally attack, but double Lonatharil would be advisable. Double Lonatharil would be the best, so you get double the ally attack. And she doesn't really... she doesn't trigger joint attack, right? So you could do this into this on someone and basically just smash people. So that could work. You know, if you didn't have Garrel, you wouldn't be able to do it. The fusion helps. So we need to beat that at some point. I'll do it at some point. I've got to push through here. This is the worst stage of them all. These are actually pretty okay. Right, all of these are pretty okay. But this is S20 is horrible. It's beatable. It's just annoying as heck, right? You probably need a very strong Archmage. Actually, who empowers Archmage here? Who empowers Archmage? I always forget these things. Ooh, Gerhard. Oh, we should totally start empowering. I should totally start farming Gerhards to empower Archmage, actually, because this would help this stage. But yeah. So... who knows? Anyway, let's focus on just killing some of these so that I can not miss out on any keys, because I nearly missed the entire rotation last time. Yeah, one shot the wave. It's ridiculously easy. One shot the wave. Just kill her. Huh. Well, you died. Ooh, Embrys can be used here. That's cool. So many places to use an Embrys. So little time. I guess for now, let's just do some more stages. Oh, I forgot to end the poll ages ago. The poll is basically to assess how many of people watching here are actually endgame arena. Totally forgot to end that poll. Which is like, whoops. Now probably the poll is broken. It took so long, see? Might eventually show up. Who knows? There it goes. So yeah, like 50% of people here are basically not even in Gold Tag Team Arena. So that's why often I will cater my arena guidance to those people, because that's the people that need it. And it's always a case of my opinion doesn't matter to those in Gold 4 and Gold 5. Right? Because my opinion is not going to be to the same degree of knowledge of those players. Now, they might want to know my opinion in terms of, like, the information that I have around, hey, what's the multiplier damage, or how does something work? But people like Drock aren't going to come to me and go, tell me which champions are really good in Arena. What they'll often come to me is like, hey, can you just double check? Does it work like this? Does it do this? Is this how it's coded? Because that's the information. They already know how to build champions. They're just looking to confirm how something is working according to their expectation, you know? But the people who are in the 48%, they need basically more guidance, as in, oh, how should I approach Arena? How do I get the best out of this? What is the best way? For them, they're not looking for, like, how do I get my Nice to take out Drock? That's not the advice they need. They just need good practice, and they need, like, the middle ground. How do I get into Gold 1 Tag Team Arena so I can get past that quest? That's the mission. That's the quest. That's basically the question they're trying to answer. And that doesn't mean, and it doesn't need them to know, like, oh, you're failing in life because you didn't have this particular blessing. So therefore, how could you even consider going and pushing Arena, you know? It's kind of annoying. Need to kill this Griffin off. Finite's gonna wreck me in a minute. No, I know how to beat it. Honestly, it's fine, GV. Just, to be honest, it'll be if I can be bothered. Cintranos needs a rewards update because I'll be honest, I don't get that excited to pull my epic out of the stupid the summoning thing. And I've already got a 4-star Carnage Soul now, so I'll be honest, trying to get chests for Cintranos is not that. It doesn't excite me because the gear I'll get is like 75% 5-star, so what's the point in that? And the amount of time that it will take me, and effort that it will require for me to beat some of these stages is not because my gear is bad or because I need to, it's just because I'm fighting affinity. It's just not worth it. So most of the time, the reason why I don't do Cintranos is I simply do not have the time in the day to play RNG. Did I get this to roll high in my favor or did I not? Right? That fundamentally is what it comes down to. And the rewards are not enough incentive anymore because you just don't get enough value out of the rewards. Like, look at this. I got basically, let's see, this. All right, kind of useless. Don't have space for it. This didn't roll speed, so I'll try to roll it, but probably will sell. This one's okay. This one didn't roll speed. I'll try to roll it, but probably sell. This one, HP is okay. This one didn't roll speed, so I'll try to roll it with speed, but I can actually upgrade it here now. I forget this, so I'll roll it. If it doesn't triple roll, it's a sell. It's a straight sell. Because unless they roll well, it's not worth it. Triple roll or sell. Sell. Triple roll or sell. If it rolls the mythical roll, though, no, sell. Not worth it. And that's the situation you get with Cintranos these days. It's like, I sell more than I keep. Don't have the space for it, so I need to keep 2 open. I think I've done all of the stages. Apart from that, cool. Oh man, I hate that thing. What should I do? Let's just do this boss over here. Yeah, like, you should always do Amius. I always do Amius. And I'll always finish, like, 95% of them. I just won't finish the last few stages. And I always full clear normal, right? So it's not like I don't engage with it. It's just when it gets to those, like, stage 19, 14, 18s, that is full-on Affinity War, I can't be bothered. I have so much going on right now in things that people that are expecting me to do stuff that I'm responsible for. I don't have time to sit there and basically use the same skill over and over again, hoping that I didn't roll negative affinity, or I didn't get 3%ed, or I didn't do this. There's just not enough reward incentive to make me do it, especially when we have Chimera runs to do, live arena seasons now, and everything else that's consuming the time. Unless they're going to incentivize the Cintranos more, it's not worth it. Look at this. 5-star. Okay. Sell. What do we got here? No speed. Won't roll that. Pretty terrible stats. Let's just see if it rolls anywhere. It's terrible. Sell. Oh, this got speed. So it needs to roll the speed. If it doesn't roll the speed, it's a sell. It's a straight sell. And this is pretty much the experience of me with most things these days. If it doesn't roll speed, it gets sold. Which is cool. Good, good, good. Just want to make sure we did all that before I go on to... You know, and I have maxed out now era bonuses in Cursed City, so this will help. Does help a lot. But, you know, I think this chest now, what can I get out of it? Let's see. I need a 5 and a 6-star soul, otherwise this is not really crazy. A random mythical book, most of the time it'll be a 5-star chicken. And these remnants just are always an epic. So I'll clear this and I'll always do this. And every other month I'll probably get the chest or something. I just don't bother pushing like this. This. I don't bother pushing too hard. I'll always do all the bosses, though. Okay, I'll always do all the bosses because that's gear. I'll not miss out on any gear, but I just will not chase these excess remnants because 95% of the time, this thing is an epic, and it is not worth it. Not worth my sanity. I'll just lose patience. I do need to clear out my vault, though. I'm running out of space again. Right, so, that being said... Souls for Carnage completely random, or do you have to unlock them in order? It's, if you get it from the chest, it always ascends. But you can also summon it, so... Right, you can also get him from the altar. Alright, it's not worth. And the other problem, of course, is Live Arena Seasons. Look at the grand old big haul of what I got. I haven't leveled all this. Let's see what I'm going to keep. This doesn't triple roll, it's not worth it. Not worth, sell. Let's see how much of this I actually kept from my first season of Live Arena. Not worth, sell. Okay, this would be quite good. If it goes crit rate speed, it's probably still okay though. Because it's pretty good. If it rolls speed or HP percent, it's awesome. That's pretty solid. You know, we did get 1 speed here. This is also pretty solid. Alright. It's probably worth a rework. Went flat stat. Well, you live and learn. Need to remember better that I can sell from this stuff now. Not worth it. So this is basically the whole thing that I kept from Live Arena there. Then we got this, which, you know, it kind of needs to roll the res. Wow, that is low rolling. You know, I'd only keep this if it actually triples. Oh, God. That is worth it. Speed. Speed, speed, speed. Ah, man. It's kind of meh. I'll be honest. That is pretty sellable. Never going to use it. Sucks. That's pretty okay. Yeah, it's pretty okay. Oof. I mean, it needs a rework. But it also would reduce my remaining. It needs a rework, really. That's a straight sell. Why have I got so many Rebirth helmets? Of all things, why do I have so many helmets? Literally 12 of them. Now... Which piece? Well, this one. This one. I didn't sell it. I just haven't reworked it. Yeah, I just haven't reworked it. It's fine. But the only problem with this set, right? And this is basically all of the pieces that I got. It's kind of like... It's going to take me like 4 seasons, unless I'm willing to do like 25 Live Arena fights a season, to get anywhere near a usable set, because really, this needs to be the 9-piece bonus. At a very minimum, it needs to be the 6-piece. This probably needs to be the 6-piece minimum. Minimum 6-piece bonus. I would say it's not even worth it unless it's 9. But minimum 6-piece. I can't build a 6-piece bonus out of this trash. And I've got some good pieces. Like this is a really solid piece at 17 speed. I've got like a couple of decent pieces here. I mean, that's just terrible. I'm gonna keep that. You know, I've got some pieces that I could re-roll, but like, you're just not gonna get it. Like, I've got some really good boots. I got speed on speed with crit rate. Really good. But I would need an attack percent chest that has speed. I would need, like, a helm, a weapon. It's just going to take forever. Because you can't farm enough. They haven't given you enough. They've given you too many 5-star gear. Like, if I'm pushing live arena seasons, minimum 6-star gear. It can be rare, but it's got to be 6-star. Because you're just losing. Right? It's got to be 3-star. 6-star, sorry. If it's not 6-star, just losing out. Because you're just going to end up selling it because it will never beat the other sets that you've got. And then the whole point of that set is going to be disadvantaged. Yeah, I'm just doing my missions and then we're going to do Embrys now. When we see Relic Guide, even Champion Suggestions Relic. Actually, one of the reasons why I haven't been able to do as much content is I'm working on it. It should be really soon. I'm working on mastery updates, gear recommendations, relic recommendations. We got a lot coming, basically. It's been a bit of a slow burner. It should have been quicker. But the thing is, with the systems that we've got now, oh man, this guy has basically dodged everything that I've put on him. The thing about relics, which has been a bit of my concern, is they are coming out so quickly, whatever we put on the guides feels like it goes out of date before we've even recommended. So I'm trying to make sure there's a system that we can do which makes it pretty easy for us to keep and maintain content. Because I was worried about this, and why I gave it an extra month or two is, you know, like, relics are getting power crept. We had, like, these relics here, and then it was like, oh, Cat's Gaze is now insane. And then, oh, now Death Dealer is really, really insane for anyone who wants to avoid Affinity. And it feels like the relics are power creeping every single time. So I need to make sure that the system we build isn't going to end up where, you know, I've got to go back and re-recommend 900 champions. Because you've got to remember, there's over 900 champions in the game now. Trying to maintain ratings, relic recommendations, gear recommendations, and mastery recommendations for 900 champions is a Herculean effort. So we got to think more cleverly about how to basically maintain it. And the good thing is we are working on that. So we're working on completely re-rating every champion, because things like, you know, Duchess used to be 5-star. She isn't 5-star anymore. And champions like Seer, that used to be almost like everyone needs to get one, has changed so much that she's still really good, but is she now considered like a 5-star champion? I don't really know. So we got to basically think about damage dealers as well. The old damage dealers like Ethos, they used to be extremely good damage dealers. They're not able to cut it now with the big guys. So that's the big challenge we've got with ratings, is we need to go back and re-rate champions as well. So we're working on that. We're working on it. So yeah, it's a big focus for us at the moment, to try and basically improve the whole guide system. We're working on it. And the first thing we're going to do is probably like a tier list for relics, just to basically help. But the thing about relics are, a lot of the times, and we've had internal conversations and debates about this, like how much of a relic recommendation would you make, you know? Because in my opinion, the most important thing about relics isn't actually the relic itself, with exception to some relics. It's actually the gemstones, right? Unless you're going to put something like the Cat's Gaze or the Wand, a lot of the time you're looking at a relic for the gemstones it can give you, less than the effect that it can give you. So what I mean by that is, like, I'm looking at damage relics like, I don't know. There's a couple of triangular ones here. Where is it? You know, like this Essence Quencher. Actually, what up, cat? Hello, yes. The Essence Quencher blessing, the Essence Quencher relic itself is not that good. So what I mean by that is, it is decent, but it's not like a Cat's Gaze. However, it has triangular and circular relics. And triangular and circular relics gives you damage. It also has crit damage and attack. So the relic actually is really, really good for what it gives you, but not the effect. So for me, a lot of the time, I'm looking at a relic not for the effect that it does, but the relic combinations that it has. And the more relics we're getting, the more different combinations we're getting. So if I have like the axe, for example, the axe gives me a square relic. Well, that's not really going to help me do more damage. So if I wanted to build this relic for a damage dealer, I'm already one relic slot kind of compromised. So I'm automatically looking for, say, Essence Quencher as a better tier of that. And it kind of like works that way in my brain, at least. When I'm looking at it across the board, like I would rate Tempest Sanguineous extremely high. Not necessarily because of the effect, but because it gives you diamond gemstones, okay? And diamond gemstones have some of the more powerful hidden effects. For example, right, this gemstone relic here is really, really good. Let me move my head out of the way because I'm going to be in the way here. This gemstone is extremely good. This gives you, effectively, with anyone that does an AoE 2 debuff, 20% more speed. Okay, and if you think about what that means, is if I'm running at, say, 300 speed, okay? And if that 300 speed, every time I do a debuff on any AoE, I can get 20%, right? Because if I put a debuff out on one target, it's 3%. So if I've got AoE debuffs, even if it's like... even if I only put one debuff AoE on a PvE wave, that's going to give me near enough 18% turn meter. If I do deep 2, like Lydia's going to be just running 20% permanently faster every single time she debuffs. Because anytime you place a debuff, it's going to speed you up. It's legitimately one of the strongest gemstones in the game because of how much turn meter it gives you. So it converts you, if you imagine like 300 speed, I'm going to be going effectively 20% faster. So that's the equivalence of having 60 speed in your champion, because you've got to think of like turn meter as speed in one bucket, whereas speed is basically drawn out. This is just going to mean that I get to my turn 20% faster, so therefore I'm going 20% faster, therefore I have 20% more speed. That's the way to look at it. So this gemstone is great. That's why I like Tempest Sanguineous, because it gives me access to use those gemstones. The actual effect itself is not as crazy as some other things. It's pretty good if you've got... any champion, like, it's really, really good for Lamasu. It's pretty good if you do, like, anyone like Lysandra. But that's the I mean, it's not so good on Lysandra because you can't get then the debuff here. But that's the thing to look at with these gemstones half the time is, I'm not looking necessarily at the relic. Like this Hand of Uncreation, I would rate it lower because of the gemstone slots, because it's got 2 circular, and circular gemstones are pretty much damage most of the time. There's a few little utility. There's a few utility, like this one, but most of the time circular gemstones are going to be for speed bonuses that you gain or damage. Dungeon battles. Every time I revive, I take less damage. Most of the time it's damage. So I'm immediately looking at this going, it's not as good. And I don't really think there's like tremendous amounts of pentagonal. This one though, pretty good. It receives 5% turn meter when they resist a debuff. So if you put on a high resist champion, it's a bit like that other diamond one. So it's not bad, but that's why we've had like little internal debates about this, because, you know, on one side you could say, oh, just give a basic recommendation. If it's a damage dealer, go Comet, Cat's Gaze. But then the other way to look at it is like, well, is that a sufficient recommendation or is that already obvious? To me, I think that a lot of people are basically going to go, what gemstone should I use with my relic? That's more interesting. But then you always run into the complexity of, are we now overdoing the recommendation? Because now we have to have much more niche and narrow recommendations because certain gemstones will work in certain areas. So that's always difficult when we start building out recommendations for a new system is how wide do we go with the recommendation versus how narrow do we go with the recommendation? You know, blessings are the same thing. Do we just say this blessing is universally good, but then you go, well, we could say, for example... Crushing Rend is the best jet blessing, but it only works if you're 6-star, so then we need another recommendation when you're not 6-star. And then you would have things like, well, what is it? I forget which one it is. Faultless Defense is really good in Finite Hard, but only really in Finite Hard. But does that mean we don't ever recommend it because it's just really good in one area? Well, no, because it's really good in one area. So that's always the difficulty with doing these guides is, where do you draw the line? What is the useful recommendation? In my book, the gemstones are too important not to include them. You can't just go, the wand is great. You can kind of for wand, because wand is just ridiculously broken. But if I said to you, you should get Cat's Gaze, the next question you're immediately going to go, what gemstone should I pick? So, you know. It's Comet from Error. Okay, we're going to call it Comet. Get with the program, guys. It's not Coronet, it's a Comet. Okay, Arethi's Comet. I will change this name. Even if I have to hack the game, it feels like it should be called Comet. It's just a better name. Coronet is too hard to say. Right? It's like some of the champions names that are coming out now. Honestly, the amount of times we've had to just check we didn't typo the champions' names. Like this guy. Blade Chorister Caldor. Good lord. You know, an Arathea Corpse. Do you know how many times I misspelled this blimming champion's name? This Arathea Corpse Flower. So many times. This one as well. Theodosia the Disgraced. Like, guys, come on. Can we deal with the names of these? Now, Karen's not too bad, but some of the champion names that are coming out right now is super hard. Like, it's super hard. The amount of typos we do. So, well, I mean, I don't... picture. Word is better than a picture. I'm just saying. What's a good relic gem combo for Embrys? We're going to have a look at Embrys right now. Let's have a look at Embrys. Embrys the Anomoly. Let's go into it. Yeah, we don't... I mean... Welsh names, I know. His name's Karen. But we could call him Kevin from now on. Let's call him Kevin the Harvester. Good old Kevin. Random shield on the back. Don't really know why he's got that, but it's kind of cool. And I will say, Kevin looks an awful lot like Arathea. Just saying. Kevin looks an awful lot like Arathea. Good old Kevin. Right, let's have a look at Embrys the Anomoly. So, Embrys the Anomoly. Cool looking dude. How do you build him? How do you build him? So, a lot of people are talking about this ability, of course, which pretty much removes Stone Skin from the game. Okay. This guy, if you had him, is an absolute Chrono Cube god. If you've got a Chrono Cube, I would recommend Chrono Cube on Embrys. And I'll tell you why. The way that Chrono Cube works is it doesn't apply until any guaranteed extra turn has completed. Okay? So what you can do with Chrono Cube is you can go this, if you want to basically get an extra turn on anyone who doesn't have debuffs. This will get you an extra turn. Chrono Cube will not activate. Then you can use this, at which point Chrono Cube will activate. Then you can Metamorph. You will skip your next turn, you'll lose this extra turn, but it puts you then into damage mode after you've got rid of all the things you need to get rid of, and you can't get one shot because you have your active passive, which means you won't receive a fatal hit. I think Chrono Cube is insane for Embrys the Anomoly. It is one of the situations I think is good. It's quite a niche relic because you can go this to get your extra turn, okay? And it's good if you can put True Fear out anyway. It's awesome. You don't even need to do that. You could just do that into that. But it's worth it to do this anyway because this will allow you to work. So if anyone doesn't have Stone Skin, you can True Fear them. If they all have Stone Skin, you just do that into that. This will consume the wasted turn, so you can get back around to your turn straight away. Right? This will consume the wasted turn. Because what Chrono Cube does is it overrides a guaranteed extra turn, but only after you've got rid of all guaranteed extra turns. If that makes sense. Only after you've got rid of all extra turns will it work. So if I get an extra turn here, Chrono Cube will not apply until I take a turn that doesn't have an extra turn. Then the next turn, regardless if that next turn has an extra turn, it will override it and it will consume that, like, you don't get that extra turn. So you don't lose anything. The punishment that you get with Chrono Cube is not here. So you'd go this, and Metamorph, because you will always get the Metamorph. Or you go this, Metamorph, you'll always get the Metamorph. Consumes the Chrono Cube, now you're in damage form. And once you're in damage form now, they're in trouble. Because this damage form is incredibly high damage. Because of this A2 here. Right, you're going to deal double damage if your accuracy is lower, or you're going to ignore 50% defense. Pretty much, you will one-shot anyone who attacks you because it will protect you from death, right? you will not die. And you will probably kill them on the reflect damage because it does any surplus damage. So even if you have like 80,000 health or 70,000 health and they hit you for 200,000, pretty much 140,000 is going to get reflected back and they're going to die. You will kill them. Okay? And when you kill them, you place necrosis. And once necrosis starts rocking, you're in for good fun. Because you're just going to start doing tremendous amounts of damage. In this form, he does a lot because attack one enemy, double hit for necrosis. You block revive the enemy. Oh, that's a shame. Now you can't revive them. You go here, you attack all enemies, you one-shot them. He is insane. Each time he uses A3, he starts getting 10% more defense. Like, it's just insane. It really is. So, it's really, really good. Yeah, that's the way that... Yeah, but that's intentional. I'm saying that's good. The reason why I'm saying it's good is, yes, Chrono Cube will not give you an extra turn, but it doesn't matter with this guy. Because once you're in this extra turn, you have protection. Okay? You have protection once you're in this form. Because you can't get fatally hit. So all you want to do is, you have two problems that you need to solve. How do I get rid of Stone Skin, and how do I get to his damage mode? Right? Now, if I basically just don't have Chrono Cube, I can remove Stone Skin, but then I have to basically wait a turn before I can get to it, which potentially I'm not in damage mode because what if someone puts block active skills on me? What if people do whatever? You know, I could lose out because this doesn't give you an extra turn. So what I'm saying with Chrono Cube is Chrono Cube will get you into the Metamorph. Now, you won't get your turn after you Metamorph, but at that point, it doesn't matter because you're in your damage mode. And nobody can one-shot you in your damage mode unless they take your passive away. Because this will kill them. Anyone who hits you for surplus damage will kill themselves. Because the reflect damage will kill them. It's really strong. So I think he's one of the few champions that I think Chrono Cube is extremely good for. I obviously don't have a Chrono Cube, so we can't build him that way. But that's the way I was hypothetically working in my brain, is kind of like, well, you kind of want to use them a little bit like Nell and Carnage. You set them up by getting the debuffs out, and then you switch form, and then you start one-shotting everyone. That's how you would want to do it. And that's how I think you should play him. Is you use his base form to get you the setup you need to go into his alternate, and then you start one-shotting everyone. Because his alternate form damage is incredibly high. I don't think he's anywhere near mid-court. I think he's somewhat unplayable. Somewhat unplayable. What happens if you kill him with Phenax? Phenax will die from the first hit. I think Phenax will die from the first hit. If he doesn't die from the first hit, then yeah, you got a problem. But I think I think Phenax will die from the first hit. Because of the reflect damage, right? If you basically take 70,000 of his health, Phenax is not surviving that. Phenax will die. Nice, Byron. Congratulations. Marius is insane. No, but Phenax will be dead already because he reflects damage. So if someone hits me, 50% of that damage is reflected back, including any surplus damage. So if Phenax hits me for 100,000 health, then he's going to receive 50,000 damage. That will one-shot any Phenax. Pretty much. No, because Reflect will not stop it, I don't think. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Reflect will bypass the Freya passive. What if the attack is under Stone Skin? I don't know, actually. We'll have to test that. We'll have to see how it works. So, I mean, the other thing is, though, I guess, will it reflect the damage if I don't die? That's the question. I'm reading this like, if he is about to die, you reflect the damage. Maybe this only works if he dies. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to test it. I'd have to test it, but I mean, Phenax is a very niche situation, to be honest. And keep in mind, if So even if he gets block revived, he's still going to put Necrosis out, which means that they have to revive that character twice in order to be able to get that character back up anyway. So it gives you a bit of control. Right? It gives you a bit of control. He'll still put the Necrosis out, yeah, whenever an enemy is killed. I'm sure he will, surely. Otherwise, it just weakens the passive. We're going to have to test it a bit. We'll have to test it a bit. But, you know, I'm pretty sure this should work when he dies, right? I guess we'll find out. Let's just put him in some testing here. Let's put him with Pony and put Embrys in. No health. Pony, can we... Pony, can you not? Pony's just going to kill everyone. Yes, it did work. Did you not see what happened there? Watch this. Okay. Okay, well, the reflect was a bit bad. Let me try this again. Watch what happened if I was to kill again. You see the 4 stacks? So, if I just basically do this. Okay, so, will I get Necrosis now? Yes. Look, it does work. Even if he's dead. So now that that's happened, every time I kill again, the Necrosis stacks increase. So yes, it does work. Look, it works perfectly fine. Dead? Yeah, look. Necrosis. 3 stacks. So it doesn't matter if he's dead. If he's dead, the Necrosis stacks go up. Wait. Can I... If an enemy revive... Is Necrosis revive only... No, Necrosis revive is only Chimera. What am I talking about? That's only Viper. Man, it really confuses me when they take a buff that they intended for a boss and then put it on a character but don't give it all of the effects. It's like Poison Cloud and all that kind of stuff. It's very confusing. So... It doesn't stop them reviving, but it will hurt them. Necrosis just does poison damage. Yes, it does. It does. But it's a poison damage you can't really remove, so it's kind of stronger, if that makes sense. So yeah, whenever an enemy is killed, place 1 Necrosis. Cannot be blocked or resisted. Necrosis attacks can only be removed by reviving allies. This effect does not apply against bosses. So it works when he's dead. What if he dies with block passive? He probably doesn't do it. No, it probably will not work. They will leave his kit alone because they won't want to nerf a champion that they're trying to incentivize you to do Chimera for, right? That would be really bad. Right, that would be really bad. Now, the interesting thing would be if we pick, say, someone that doesn't have Reflect. Now, the interesting thing would be okay. If he dies on floor 2, will it still apply on floor 3? Apparently, I picked a stage in which nobody can kill me, so let's try and find a stage that someone can actually kill me, but not one-shot me. Why do I keep picking Reflect floors? That's really quite annoying. Can I just pick a floor that is not Reflect? Oh man, I mean... No, but I need someone to kill. It's just, I'm trying to find a floor that doesn't have a Reflect and actually is someone that can kill me. But not one-shot me. This one's good. Because he'll kill. Okay. So. Let's get this going. Okay. Can I now apply it here? Yes. Do you see that? It doesn't matter which floor he's dying. If he is in the team, you get permanent necrosis. That's pretty wild, if you ask me. That is wild. That is wild that works like that. So if you have him in your team and he dies, he just keeps putting necrosis out. All the time. In any form. On any form. How much is necrosis damage? Necrosis damage is... When an enemy champion dies, a single necrosis stack is placed on all other living enemies. When another enemy champion dies, an additional stack will be placed on all other enemies, and so on. Each necrosis stack deals equal to 5% of the enemy's max HP at the beginning of the turn. For example, if there's 3 necrosis stacks, damage is equal to 50% will be dealt to them at the beginning of the turn. They do not decrease upon activation. Placed on the respect number debuffs. It's even placed if you fill the debuff bar. Damage dealt cannot be increased by their effects, and placement of the stone skin buff. And placement of a stone skin buff will remove necrosis. If there are any... Why would that be... Why would you make a debuff that you have to revive, but the easy solution is you just bring our base and put stone skin? Why does that make sense? If there are any dead enemies in the battle after stone skin buff expires, necrosis stacks equal to the number of dead enemies will be reapplied. So you can use stone skin to stop the damage temporarily. Interesting. You cannot put necrosis on bosses, no. It does not work on bosses. It's literally a PvE, a PvP and PvE wave. What's the best relic? I think Chrono Cube. But we'd have to look at the rest of the relic pool, but Chrono Cube for sure. Absolutely Death Dealer as well. Because you got to remember, mythical champions are not void. So he is going to struggle into anything that is spirit. Anything that is spirit, he is going to struggle into. Which means... Crixias he's going to struggle into, which means things like I'm trying to think what is the big meta. Like nice is okay. We're really looking at spirit only champions. Carnage he will struggle into because he can weak hit, right? Mesomols he will struggle into. Fortunately, there are not that many spirit champions in the current meta. There are a lot more magic. People like Gizmak, for example. People like Commodus. They are very magic heavy at the moment. Like Armand's is magic heavy. Fabian, though, is going to be strong into him. Right? Fabian is a... What is Fabian? Is he a high elf or sacred order? I forget what he is. Like Rev, isn't he, Fabian? Someone tell me what Fabian's faction is, because I've forgotten already. I should know these things. What is he? Undead. Of course he is. So Fabian, he will struggle into. Anyone who's spirit, he will struggle into. Because he's weak affinity. But that's not a large pool. It's very, very small pool of champions that's going to apply to. For the better part, he is going to be extremely good into most champions. Okay? Because pretty much the meta is like 75% magic is the meta right now, right? Or void, magic or void is pretty much the meta. So he will, if you're fighting a heavy spirit meta, then you would want to lean more towards the Death Dealer because the Death Dealer will guarantee that you always normal hit. But if you choose the Death Dealer, you are going to take more damage, which is not bad because he is HP based, okay? So the Death Dealer is also extremely good, right? Also extremely good. The other option is an Infernal Polytope, because if you're in the alternate form, you won't get one shot. This is particularly good for any champion like Leorius, someone who has a protect death, like a cheat death option, because you can basically guarantee you will always get this bonus. So if you get locked out, it's potentially not a bad option. The only thing is you can't normally get locked out on your alternate form, so it's less valuable. But it's an interesting option. These other ones, I would say, not so good. This is kind of not so good. What is this again? Wave damage is increased by 20%. Not really good. Chrysalid of Rebirth. Not really good. Murderfang, that's basically War Master, not really good. None of this is really, really good. Cat's Gaze, of course, would be great because, you know, it gives ignore defense, but not that insane. Chrono Cube for sure, because you get HP as well. Okay, and you still get 2 circular ones, so you can get the things that gives you the 10% bonus damage if you kill an enemy. Chrono Cube for sure, in my opinion, is really, really good on him for these things, as it would be Stormcaller for the pure damage output. What else we got? Volcardiac Heart, man, these things are hard to say. Would also be quite good because you get a Magma Shield and he is HP based, so that would be really good. You reflect damage. Aspect of Siroth, I don't really see it. Wand is universally the best PvP relic. Right now, I would say Wand is S+. In PvP, I would say there is no relic that even comes close to the value that Wand gives you. Right? There's a tier. I talk about tiers of champion in PvP, right? In terms of like mythical tier lists, where there's like a tier where mythicals are unplayable. Wand is in that tier for relics. By far, it is the most unplayable relic in the game. It is ridiculously gross. You can single-handedly win a PvP battle with Wand alone. It is gross. It is disgusting. I'm so glad everyone is voting for it because it is disgustingly overpowered. It is the craziest relic in Arena, and it is probably in its own league. There is nothing else that comes close to it, right? There are some really, really good S-tier relics, but there is nothing that comes close. Definitely nothing comes close to the Wand. It's so strong. It's so strong, honestly. It's ridiculously crazy. It's really nuts. Yeah, Polytope is good for Freya as well. It's nuts. Any news about the relic that always crits? What about that relic? What do you mean news? Do I like Theodosia? She's pretty good. Theodosia's good. She's a bit of a passive bot, though. Yeah, I mean, that is the problem, Tomo, with all relics. Nobody really knows what you've got. Nobody knows what the cooldown... Like, I'm going into the battle not knowing how many wands I'm fighting. And then you go, why did this happen here? And you go, oh, because they've got a wand. I didn't even know that was possible. So... This Wand of Submission is by far S+. Okay, S+. There is nothing that comes anywhere, like it's in its own league. So, will it crit versus Poison Cloud? I have not tested Poison Cloud. What it does do is it forces the hit type. I would imagine it would bypass Poison Cloud. Because what Death Dealer does is it says every hit is normal. It can never weak, it can never strong, it can never be critical. It's always normal. So it should bypass it. Theodosia. Theodosia is okay. Theodosia is all about a passive, really. This is really strong. And also, she's one of the few Stone Skin champs. But remember, if you play Stone Skin, you don't get the 50-50 protection. To me, her base form is okay, but it's really more about the passive. Her alternate form becomes a little bit more about this A2. Because it decreases a champion's speed, I think it is, or is it the A3? Which one reduces the enemy's speed? This one. This is really good. And this is pretty good as well. Because she becomes a speed machine. She basically makes sure that you are going really fast. And this is nuts. When allies attack, the damage is increased by 25% of their target's current turn meter. This is what the new Shadowkin Unity can do, and a couple of other things. Like there's a relic that does it as well. So you can stack these bonuses up. So you can put it with the relic and get double the bonus. It's very strong. It's very strong. Block buffs and decreased defense is still very good. Protected debuffs is also very powerful. There's only 2 other champions in the game that can protect debuffs, or one other. I think it's obviously Necrosis and Carnage. So she's super, super good. She gives you a lot of speed, very high base, one of the few champions with 25%. But she is a bit of a passive bot. And what I mean by that is she is going to enable the team. She herself is not going to be the team. So, Crystalline of Rebirth makes... Crystalline of Rebirth. Whoever has a 30% turn will revive allies of themselves. I mean, I suppose, yeah, revive on... That's what I never thought about Crystalline of Rebirth. If you have revive on death, or you have, like, Nogdar, it's kind of nuts, because it's got no cooldown. So if you just keep getting, like, Wukong, basically... I mean, it's not as valuable because you already have 100% turn meter, but that doesn't guarantee you're going to get a turn with Wukong. But putting that on Wukong is a bit annoying, because pretty much Wukong will just constantly get turns. Well, it says reviving themselves. So I suppose the question is it going to apply only on the actual effect of reviving, or does it also apply if the buff revives you? I suppose that's the question you're really asking here. I need to check the code to know. I'm checking now. Because that's the question with that. If it doesn't apply for the buff, then no. Be honest, how many... No, nobody. I mean, I appreciate it, but I haven't read it. I need to know what this chrysalid relic number is. It is number 32. So now I need to go down, 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 down. 32. It will work. It should work. Because it doesn't do it on an effect, it does it on a condition. It basically says if the revived allies count is greater than 1, greater than or equal 1, apply it. You can't do it if you already get an extra turn, though. So it won't give you 2 extra turns. Which makes sense, because they don't like to double stack extra turns. But yeah, there is... It should work. Basically, if the number of revived allies is greater than 1, you get an extra turn. So it doesn't matter. The only problem is you don't get the consistency until level 6, and you can't get a level 6 relic because it's ridiculously hard. Like, it's ridiculously... You just can't get a level 6 relic. So you can't get the guaranteed because you'd have to be insane. Would that be super OP or nice? Yes. Yes, it would. Because then you get you basically get like a delayed chrono cube. It would basically put Nice into an even bigger tier of like power. Chrysalid don't work on Embrys. Well, it should do because Embrys revives on death. And that is the revived allies count. So it should do. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Nice doesn't revive himself. Oh yeah, Nice doesn't revive himself. Yeah, you're right. Why am I thinking it does? No, because he doesn't revive himself. He stops himself for dying. So the Chrysalid will not apply in the first activation of the passive. The Chrysalid will only apply if Embrys revives himself with revive on death. Same with Nice, right? Nice doesn't revive himself. Prevents his death, doesn't revive himself. However, tell you what will happen. If he does this, gives himself an extra turn. So it will work when you transform. So if he transforms, and you can keep him alive, and he kills someone and revives, he gets an extra turn every single time he kills someone. Which is gross. This would basically mean, as long as you keep killing people, you keep getting extra turns. Somewhat. Because if he's the last person alive... You kill someone, revive someone, extra turn. You kill another one, revive someone, extra turn. There's no cooldowns. There's never a cooldown on any of these things. The only thing I don't know is target already has extra turn. So I don't know if it will chain run because it says target already has extra turn. So I don't know if that means it won't apply if they're already in an extra turn, so you can't double stack them, or if it means he had an extra turn the previous turn, so he can't do it again. That's the only thing I would have to check. You'd need to double check it, right? It's one of those things you'd have to play test, because what they always make sure you can't do is queue up your extra turns. You couldn't go extra turn to an extra turn. So I don't know if that means you can't go extra turn into another turn that gives you another extra turn, or whether it means you had an extra turn, it triggered an extra turn, so now you can't get it again. I think it should be okay, because I'm pretty sure what it's saying is, if I kill someone, get an extra turn, if I kill another person, I can still do it because I've got an extra turn in another turn. Whereas, because like if you think about it, that's how it works with it's how it works with Relentless, right? If I use Mr. Aphrodite's A3, the next skill I can still get another extra turn because it's a different effect, even though I got an extra turn the previous turn. So that's what I think it means, Jonathan. If you kill 2 enemies and you revive 2 allies, you won't get 2 extra turns. You'll get 1. But it doesn't stop this situation. If I kill 1 enemy, I revive someone. I kill another enemy, I get revived, right? That's the way it would work. Like, Nogdar would work fine, because he dies, he does something, he revives, gets an extra turn. He dies again, he comes back alive, gets an extra turn. So as long as you kill, and as long as you revive 1 ally, you will always get an extra turn, even if you're on an extra turn. I think that's how I read it, right? That's how I read it. But you need to test it, right? Doesn't work on Wukong, it's probably bugged. It should work. I mean, the thing clearly says themselves. How else are you meant to revive yourself? So, for some reason, Wukong doesn't apply. Don't ask me why that is the case. I mean, quite clearly it says revives this champion. We'll call that bugged. I mean, does it really shock you though, Bronco? The moment someone got a relic, the whole game broke. Does it really shock you that any of these relics don't work the first time someone tries them? It's just that nobody can get the mythical relics, so they don't even test them. They're like, we'll just put them in, nobody will get one. So, I mean, it should work on Monkey. It should work on Monkey. It says if they revive themselves, there's a chance that he gets an extra turn. He revives himself. Should be. Yes, there is a difference, Jacob. But what it's not doing is apply if the effect ID is 1123 or 1124. What it's saying is if the quantity of revived allies is greater than 0, run it. So it's actually considering any source of revive. So it shouldn't matter where the revive is coming from, whether it's a self-revive, whether it's an ally revive effect, or whether it's revive on death, or whether it's some sort of any form of passive effect. It should just count. So Bronco probably has the ability to make a rank 6 relic or something, or rank 5 relic on the test server. I know they load up a bunch of preloaded relics. So that's probably why Bronco's able to test it, because he actually has access to it on the test server. There's only a limited ways of reviving yourself, and suppose it's confirmed to not do it for any way I can personally think of self-reviving. Well, I mean, I don't understand then how it's meant to work if you revive yourself, because how can you revive yourself unless you self-revive? So yeah, they give you like rank 5 or rank 4 basalts, so you can actually make a rank 6 relic to get a better test out of it. So yeah, I don't have access to the set server, so I cannot test these things, unfortunately. Which sucks, but it is what it is. Now, in terms of what relic I would put on Embrys for my collection, now my wand is currently on Sulfurion. I don't know what else I'd put on him. The Dragonstone, I mean, anything that gives me more health is good. There's nothing that's really worth it. What's the master? Meh. He's not going to get Veil. Hand of Creation. Reduces the chance of applying debuff, stealing, remove this. I mean, that's only going to protect me, not going to hit them, so that's kind of rubbish. That's kind of useless. Coronet, I mean, yeah, it's good, but I'm not really going to be placing debuffs, so that's not useful. I could put the Cat's Gaze. That's not really useful. That's terrible. I mean, that's actually pretty good from a HP crit damage point of view, but it's useless. Honestly, I mean, Essence Quencher is tempting here. Not gonna lie. Essence Quencher is pretty tempting. He doesn't really need the Cat's Gaze because his alternate form has so much ignore defense, you're never going to really notice it. I could go the Axe purely for stats and slots. Okay, because I could put something like... that, which is kind of good. That... honestly, I feel like the Axe. I can't believe I'm actually saying it, but I think the Axe. Because it gives me HP crit damage, and it gives me access to good relics. Because he reflects damage. Yeah, I mean, if I had Death Dealer or another one, I would. Right, I could basically socket that. Triangular-wise... I mean, they're not very good, but I do have better triangulars that I haven't. I really hate the UI that you can't... you have to basically open up all of your relics to see where you've used your triangular relics. It's really frustrating. We could basically put that. That would be really good on there. Because he's got accuracy multipliers, so it gives bonus accuracy. That's okay, I guess. We could use those. Honestly, I think I'm going to take this off you. I'll give you another gemstone. I don't know. You can have that, I guess. Doesn't really matter. And then for the axe, I would put this on there. And then circular, I mean, honestly, you probably would want this for PvE, of course. And then, let me see, this. So we could take this, not that one. Which one is the one that is the one that I'm looking for? Where is it? Who's currently got it? Someone's hoarding my mythical one. Is it you? This one. That would be the other one I would pick. We also have this, mind. Quite strong. But that would take it off Pony, and we'd never take it off Pony. I mean, that's crazy. We could take this one as well, to make the bolster defense stronger. I need more circular gemstones. Too much trash circular gemstones. Like, this is great for bosses, sure. This is great for dungeon battles, sure. Take this one, but I mean, that's pretty naff. Because you have to resist debuffs, he doesn't debuff enough. Actually. Could work quite well, that one. That actually could work really well. And the only reason why I'm saying that is, if he switches buffs, I wonder if it counts. I bet it doesn't count, though. I bet Target Finder doesn't count, because I bet Target Finder needs to be 38. I bet it has to be like placing a debuff. think it doesn't work. Because I'm pretty sure Embrys doesn't place debuffs. I'm pretty sure he switches debuffs, which means it's a different code, which means it's not going to apply. I'm like 90% certain. I'm just double checking. Yeah, it affects 5016. It doesn't work. Okay, so that doesn't work on Embrys. Because he never actually debuffs. He switches. So... it just becomes which circle of gemstone do I want to use. Like, obviously this would be the one you would use, but I'm not going to take it off Pony. Pony's way too strong. You know? So... so this doesn't work. That doesn't work. That could be cool. Honestly, I'll just put that on him. And I'm going to give him that. I know it's stupid, but it's just good stats and good slots. I wouldn't make a 4-star out of it, but it's like 3,000 more health, which all of his damage is based on HP. So it's like, cool, yeah, I want that. More HP. And also I'm gaining, you know, pretty good slots, I guess. A bit more crit damage. From a configuration point of view here, we're definitely going to go for... here's the thing. Do I need Ignore Defense? Because every single time I use A3, I get 10% Ignore Defense. Okay. I already have 50% Ignore Defense. Ignores 50% of each enemy's accuracy whose accuracy is equal to or higher. Otherwise, I do double damage. I probably would... I probably... I think I still do. Because you can't really run in with low accuracy. Yeah, I don't think he gets enough Ignore Defense, to be honest. So you definitely would need it. Probably this. That. That. Probably Kill Streak. That. And then the rest of the tree depends on how you build him, right? If you build him for full... if you're building him with variable sets... now, I suppose the one question I still have is how much of a multiplier does accuracy really matter? Okay, this is something I need to do the math on. Because his multipliers on his base form is purely HP. Purely HP. On his alternate form, it becomes basically this. So his A1 is 0.25. His A2... becomes 0.28. Okay, that's his multipliers. But he has accuracy in his multipliers. So for every 100 accuracy, he basically gains that. Okay, so this multiplier increases by 0.01 for every 100 accuracy he has. So the question becomes, how much of a contribution factor does accuracy really give him? Is it worth indexing at all into accuracy? Knowing that you don't need accuracy to switch his form, so you don't need the accuracy to do the ultimate. You need the accuracy for True Fear, but that's really quite a low value. So you don't need accuracy to place Necrosis, because it can't be resisted or blocked. So you really only build an accuracy for damage. I would probably say you don't need it. But we can run some base assessments here based on his HP base stat. So his base HP is like... let's see. His base is like 24,615. Actually, I think I've got like a boss killer calculator. We can use this as an example. It might help me to do this. So his HP multiplier, let's just do this. His HP multiplier is 0.25, 0.28, right? That's what we said it was. Okay. And then in terms of damage on his books, what do we got here? 20%, 30%. Okay. And it's going to hit once. It's going to hit once. Okay. All right, cool. Let's just go back here and say we don't have Crushing Rend, and let's just say we have the 50% ignore defense. Okay, cool. I'm just going to do it against Chimera here just to see how it works. I'm going to say no. No. No soul. Cool, whatever. Weaken, sure. Okay, it's a pretty clean setup. Okay, it's a fairly clean setup here. And then we're going to say his HP is, let's just say, my usual multiplier, which is, what, 24,615 times 3.5 plus, I think I say 15,000, I think it is. I need to just double check what my base equation is now. I need to double check what my my base damage builder is that I use these days. $3.5 plus 2,200. Okay. Okay, that's about fine. So this would assume a little bit of a blessing because I also include the base stat for the blessing in here. But this gives us an idea of like how much he should scale in an end game build. Okay. I don't know why that is doing that. It's kind of annoying. Okay, we're in real dramatic music here. Don't need to be so dramatic. There's a toggle and passive there, but we're not going to worry about that. Okay, so we will put some critical damage of, I don't know, what's this? This has got carnage stuff on here, so I need to just take it off. B17, no. If B15 equals yes. No. Why is B7 divided by 3? So all of this is carnage stuff. So I'm just going to put this to here a second. What we just care about is 3. Because he doesn't get the same things that carnage does, right? So I'll just give him 300% ignore defense, critical damage. Okay, this gives us a base equation of damage here. Based on 108,000 with 300%. No cruelty, just basic masteries with a bit of a weaken debuff, right? Just gives us a good... Let's just assume there's no weaken, though, as well. There's probably bonuses that I could apply, additional things I could do here, but let's just assume this is a very good base plate against the Chimera, which is about 6407 defense. That's pretty good going. I don't think I've got... Yeah, so I'm just going to do it like this. No decreased defense. Pretty much a good base standard of damage. So this is going to produce somewhere in the region of 79,000 to 96,000. Okay. On these damage equations. So what we're really trying to assess is whether or not the accuracy multiplier really helps. Okay. Whether the accuracy multiplier really helps. That's what we're trying to assess. So right now, the way that it works is this multiplier will increase, right, by 0, basically by this divided by 1,000. Same for here. that every 100 divided by 10,000 is where it increases. So 400 accuracy gives us a 104 to 112. Now keep in mind, actually, we're not getting 50% ignore defense on the basic ability. Oh yeah, on the A1, the basic, the first attack, essentially. We're not getting any ignore defense there because the accuracy differences is mattering, okay? So either we're going to overdo it or we're not. So let's just say I'm using Chimera as a rough damage number, like a defense number, 30407. Let's just say that we are 400 accuracy and the enemy, right? The enemy instead has less than 400 accuracy. Well, we would lose ignore defense. But what we would gain is double the amount of damage. Okay? So if the enemy's accuracy is lower than this champion, so if we're 400 accuracy and the enemy's champion is lower, we would double our damage. We wouldn't get the 50% bonus. We would get 100% more here. Which means that in this instance, it's better for us to have more accuracy against a target with 6,400. Okay? However, this is also based on 400. Now, what if we put it to 600? How much more damage are we going to get? Pretty marginal, I would say. Like, let's just do a basic comparison here. Let's say I run with really low accuracy. Like, how much accuracy have I put on him at the moment? Right now, I have basically 100. His lowest base. It's not going to remain 100. It's going to probably be a bit more. But let's just say I've got 200 accuracy. Right? I think that's pretty standard across the board. I'm just trying to see if I can find a damage dealer that I don't have a 6-star soul for. That I don't have accuracy built into it at all. Like Toshiro, for me, I've tried to get a little bit of accuracy here or there, but he's at 181 plus, so it's about 200. 200 would be about the right. So if the enemy has more, we put 50 on here. This would basically give us a 195,000. So in this instance, this is way stronger to hit this. Wait, hang on. I left it on. There we go. So that's a 97,000. Right? Because I'm not gaining the double bonus. I'm gaining ignore defense. Okay? And this is on 6,400 defense, as an example. Now, if I was to basically go, oh, I'm going to put 500 accuracy on, I will do more damage that way, but the A1 will be weaker. The A1 will be weaker. And obviously these stats will get adjusted as well. If you have to build that much accuracy, this damage is going to drop. My gut tells me, looking at this straight math, is it's better to do this. Right? If you do this, you're gaining... Oops. You're gaining this. You're gaining that. Right, so if I've got more accuracy, I'm ignoring defense. It's weak. It's 116 to 107. If I have less accuracy, I'm not ignoring defense. So I gain double bonus here. It makes my A1... Wait. Yeah, it makes my A1 weaker, but my A2 stronger. Interesting. How much is here? 62. Let me just copy these numbers here. Okay, yes. I didn't want to do that. So this would be a 200 accuracy build. Well, let's actually just do the proper thing, because it would be a skill multiplier bonus. Okay. We're going to use this. So that's 200 accuracy. If I put 500 accuracy on him, 50% ignore defense, take this away. Assume that I can't run this as aggressively, so let's just take it down to, like, I don't know, 90,000, and put this down to, like, maybe 270, because that stat's got to come from somewhere. So what do we get? The A1 is a bit stronger. The A2 is a bit weaker. That's on 500 accuracy. Like, if you go 400 accuracy, maybe that's a little bit less. You can go back up to 100,000. Right? How does that compute? Keep it in mind, by the way, that's not true necessarily because I only get the ignore defense on the DR here, so that's kind of annoying to work out, but it probably doesn't change this too much. Yeah, my gut says low accuracy, honestly. My gut says low accuracy. This is better to run. Like, this is what my gut is telling me. That actually the accuracy multiplier doesn't help you at all. I feel like that's a better way to do damage. Go for the A2, don't get as much A1. Yeah, you could put accuracy buff on him. I guess that's worth checking. Like, we put the accuracy buff on. I'll boost him up a bit. Oops. Okay, that's that. So, like, yeah, I mean, if we basically said, okay, 200, you're going to get 100%, we're going to be looking at these numbers. Okay, so that's kind of low. And then if we were to basically say we're going to put 500 accuracy, we're probably going to lose a bit of here. We're going to lose a bit here. We're going to go 50% ignore defense with an accuracy buff. Then we're looking at 172,000. Wait, hang on. I've got the bonus on here. 86,000. It doesn't really beat it. And this would still be 70%. So it doesn't improve this and it doesn't improve that. Quite frankly, I don't think the accuracy multiplier is even worth considering. I think you try to actually aim for as little accuracy as possible in your build. Go for as much HP as you can because the HP multiplier values, you don't gain enough. And you just basically build for that. Because I think the bonus 100% is stronger. It may weaken your A1 a bit, but not by much. I think you go there. Because I don't think it works. Is ignore defense based on initial accuracy on the champ accuracy in battle? It'll be accuracy when you attack. It will be the accuracy you get when you attack. So if the accuracy that I currently have is higher than the enemy's accuracy, whose accuracy is equal to, so if my accuracy is lower than the enemy's accuracy, I get 50%. Wait, hang on, I'm doing this math wrong. Deals double damage to enemies whose accuracy is lower. So if he has more accuracy, he gets 100% bonus. If he has less accuracy, he gets 50% ignore defense. I've got it the wrong way round. Let me double check this math. Honestly, this is so, I hate it when there's, if this is that. So if I have 500. So if I have more and the enemy has less, I do double damage. Okay. So in this situation, I would do 270, 90,000. In this situation here, this would be the damage. Okay, this is a high accuracy build because if I have more accuracy than the enemy, then I will deal double damage. If I have less accuracy, then I will ignore 50% defense. So now if I basically put it to the low amount, and I take the accuracy buff off, and I basically put 50% on, and I say 300, and I put 100,000. Man, I can't. And I take this off. Then I would do 90,000, which is worse, and this would still be 70%. So the A1 doesn't change at all, whether you have more accuracy or not. The A2 would be 90,000 versus 102,000. Therefore, it does pay you. It does pay you. But it depends on, like, so what it depends on is what kind of builds you can get, right? Because even with Carnage, it never quite worked out that your accuracy was better than just having raw primary stat. Right, it never quite worked out. So if I go damage mode and I go alternate that. What sets are going to be good for him? I will definitely say either accuracy or HP are the fastest banners. So let me just see what banners I've got. HP, accuracy, speed, prioritize stats, speed highest, equipped. So I have an accuracy triple speed banner. My banner options are not insane. Attack. Oh, there's a stone skin one in the vault. Gotta find it though. 39 days. 39 days. Got it? Yeah. Let's go. Okay, that's good. Eh. It was awesome, but not quite. This double rolled speed. Let me just sell something that I don't need. Like that. What else we got that I don't need here? Let's see how this rolls. It's kind of trash. Where is the thing? We're in the way here. So in terms of banner options, because you always start with the banner, really we want HP or accuracy, speed, and the highest possible speed I've got. So we got this one. Move myself out of the way. Or we have this one. They're both accuracy. We do have a HP one. And then this is the one I just rolled. Which is Stone Skin. Not great. Did roll, of course he rolled accuracy. We also have this one here, which is another HP with accuracy. I have an accuracy Fortis one, but that's with defense. We have a feral one that has defense but no speed. So I don't know. It depends. Whispers one is not great. It's 5-star. I mean, this is the best one for him. It's just not a set. Because it gives a mythical roll HP percentage with accuracy, with triple speed, with a HP flat roll. And like we can just try to basically roll this away to like HP. Or accuracy. It's just not a set. It's always a bit scary. It depends on what you want to build. Like, he's not going to get himself polymorphed. So that's okay. He is HP. He's probably going to need 4-turn Stone Skin. He's probably going to need the 4-turn Stone Skin, if I'm being honest. Okay, Feral, no. I mean, the Feral one I've got is trash. Feral one I've got is real bad. Honestly, that looks the best. Because it's the highest density of HP. Feral would, yeah. The Necrosis would count for Feral bonuses. I'm going to go with that one. I think it's super good. This is all about crit damage. Ideally, we want accuracy. Sort by accuracy. What we got here as options. Not the best, I'll be honest. My Night Revenant's amulets suck, I'm not gonna lie. Other alternative is HP. I remember when I was building Narcissus out, I just didn't have... I mean, that would be the best, but it's not coming off Whisper, so... I remember when I was doing this, I didn't have an awful lot of good HP-based amulets. Which is the main problem here. I don't have a good set of HP-based amulets. That's more an attack-based. Attack-based. Resistance-based. Resistance-based. What does the Rebirth set give again? Like, ideally I have to have 2 accessories down here so I can do 2 in a lethal. It really depends. No, I need to do... Yeah, let me just blast these out. Grab one of these. Do we even need... Yeah, we do, because this A1 doesn't have Ignore Defense. And its A3 takes ages to get going, right? You're going to have to use the A3 like 5 times to get the same level of Ignore Defense. So it's not as like, oh, just, you know, you automatically get Ignore Defense. It just doesn't have an awful lot the more you look into it, like from an arena perspective. Right? From an arena perspective, it's actually not an awful lot of Ignore Defense if you want his A1, which is where a lot of the value comes into it. Oh man, weak affinity. It really comes down to, do I need... Well, 2 questions. Do I need Stone Skin? Probably unless I go first. Do I even need 2 turns of Stone Skin? Probably. Because you won't get your Metamorph. I mean, if you're going to go that fast, you can't get any damage out of him. If you're going to go at 350 speed, there's just no point building him in damage because you're never going to do enough damage. Okay. You're never going to build him with enough damage that fast unless you've got God Gear. But even then, I think you're going to suffer too much damage loss. Like, what does this do? Man, that is a rework candidate if I've never seen one before. Oh. Oh, it could have been so good. Still a major improvement. Like, don't get me wrong. It's like still crit damage. Q. Still a major improvement, that. What does that give me? 10% attack. It sucks. Uh... I feel like he needs stone skin, honestly. Oh, well, that was useless. It's just trash. Let's see, what do we got here? Champion hidden away in there. How long? 93 days. 93 days. Not good. 51 days. It's not bad. Of course it went wrong. Dodged the ones that I was hoping I'd get. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Let's just find a ring from first though, because the ring needs to be HP. That one's pretty easy to find. Wow, my Night Revenant's accessories suck. Like, that's the takeaway here. My Night Revenant's accessories just plain suck. Ooh, there is a ring though. 67 days. 67 days. 67 days. Orcs. Do not let me down. Triple roll the HP percent. Oh, you mother trucker. I mean, honestly. Ooh. This isn't helping the path to friggin' mythical. It's a stone skin, but there is a spicy ring going on here. For the love of God! What does a man have to do to get a HP ring to roll the HP percentage? What's this? Trash. Get rid of it. What's this? No speed. Trash. Get rid of it. Was it 34 days, right? This is it's a tricky one to build, this. Being honest. I just don't have the crazy accessories I need to do this. It's just... I mean, if it rolls... I guess if it rolls the extra HP. Of course it didn't. That's 20%. I don't have an awful lot of good accessories, is the problem. I don't even have a stone. I mean, probably this is just worth it. I mean, I lose so much, though. I lose so much. I mean, it's not leveled up, so if I just take it to 16 or something. 7,000 versus 8,500. It's probably the way to go. Get it to roll HP as well. Of course, it can waste. Now it'll go attack, probably. Oh, there we go. To roll HP. This is just the way to do it. It's the best of a bad situation. And then we basically just try to get a crit damage. Amulet and Stone Skin. See what we can roll out here. Of course, it dodged the HP. Can anything roll accuracy or HP? Please. Oh, my lord above. I mean, that's pretty solid. I have to go Stone Skin if I want to set up the Stone Skin, basically. Or I try to get a better banner. But again, the banner's got to be HP or accuracy. I mean, I could try to switch a banner. Where's my Stone Skins? Got a few. I lose 6 speed. And a lot of accuracy. There is a few more banners we've got in here. Where is that? Epic Stone Skin. On a roll well, whatever we do. We could try it. Okay, well. It's pretty trash. We'll just see if this rolls at all. Oh, we have this. Well, improved it, but didn't improve it in the way we wanted. So the option I've got is I go with the HP banner, but I sacrifice a lot of accuracy to make it work, or I just go one of these. Or I don't go Stone Skin. Might not go reaction 3D. I mean, I could. There's the old classics. I do have some decent accuracy banners. It's a HP banner. I mean, it's pretty solid. I mean, run out of silver here, so I gotta be careful. Oh, that cost me 3 million silver. Oh, thanks for that. It's a wonderful experience. I think the best bet is Stone Skin. Just pick whichever one I like the most. Do I want 8 accuracy or do I want more health? Neither are that particularly amazing. Neither are particularly good. That one rolled crit damage, so I guess we're going to roll this one. How much is this going to cost me? Oh, that one only cost me 400k. Fine. Compromise for the sake of what we've got here. I mean, this. So we'll roll that. Cool. All right. So we don't have to go the support tree, but it would give us accuracy. Let's just see what kind of builds we get out of this now. Okay, so we're gonna go and say add set, lethal. Well, I should just go Stone Skin first. Stone Skin or stats. Set the target's like 4,500. 250. Now it's not gonna prioritize stats, so let's see what we get with 500 accuracy to begin with. We don't need to do this, or this. HP is fine, or speed with a HP speed. Health or accuracy. Critical damage. Health. 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 This is already done. Okay, so let's just give a bit of a 4, 8, 5, no, 325. All right, let's see what we get. See what it finds. It's going to search every character. Okay, so here's an example of a 500 build. Okay, it's using Stone Skin. It didn't force the lethal, which is kind of annoying because I don't have it, do I? It's actually picking Feral. Of course it is. Oh, that one picked randomly one Stone Skin. So it's not picking lethal because it's found the best damage without ignore defense. So it's going to hit weak. Probably. Alright, let's look at the damage. 37,000. It's not killing anyone. But this will be a rough idea of the build. So we'll say, okay, 99,900, which is pretty high considering he has got a soul. 254k. Okay, so let's see. 100,000, 250, 500. Now, if I have more accuracy than the enemy, I'm going to deal... I'm going to double check this. If I have... It deals double damage to enemies, actually is lower. So I will not have this, but I will have this. And let's just assume I have an accuracy buff in the team. I probably won't. Let's just assume I don't. I have no ignore defense, apart from... I have no ignore defense. 100,000. So this is against, like... do 4,500. What else will I have? Let's see. Bring it down. I'll have a little bit. Heart of Glory. Don't have Weaken. Will I gain any damage bonus? No. Probably not. So I will do this kind of damage with this build. So let's just save this. This is build 1. Because this isn't taking into account all the damage equation where this is, right? This is basically going to give me what I need. Now, if I go for the other build, let's just say, okay, instead of 500 accuracy, let's say no accuracy, rerun it. Because he has accuracy multipliers. What we're trying to work out is accuracy worth it? Because remember, his A2 will do double damage if the accuracy is higher, or it'll ignore 50%. What I'm trying to work out is what's better. Is it better to run this type of build, where I now have 25% ignore defense? Okay, so I'm not going to get this bonus multiplier now. Chances are the enemy has higher accuracy. So I'll get this. This will be 220, is it? 220. 225. But now I have 285 crit damage, 112,000 health. I'll have ignore defense of 50% plus the lethal, which is going to give me 75%, plus Helm Smasher, so I could do true damage. Okay? I could do true damage here. And this build, substantially higher damage. So even though accuracy multipliers matter, because of the requirements to get accuracy, that's the issue. Okay? And that's with his current banner. So if I basically say, okay, well, instead of that, let's change the build out completely here. Let's say instead of this banner, I go for a HP banner. Sort by speed. Wait, where's the rest of my... I surely have more than 6. Reset the filter. Restart health. There you go. Sort by speed. So I could take this one, or I could take a stone skin one. Right? Would give me more options. Which means I could take a better amulet. I'd be slower, but I could take a better amulet, which is fine. Alright, this would basically make me a little bit slower. So I'd go for... Which one's going to give me the best? Probably this one. And then on the amulet, I can basically go for a crit damage amulet that's actually going to be strong. And I can just sort it by, like, health. Which could be this one. Because obviously if I'm going no accuracy, I almost want to go the other way. You don't want any accuracy. Right. So we could take a reaction piece to basically protect us behind the stone skin. Could take a merciless piece. What have I got as crit damage, HP, equipped, sort. I'm just checking what I've got over in the other screen. Not an awful lot. That's the answer. God, my amulets suck. They really do suck. I don't know why I've got so many bad amulets. We could take this, just for the sake of testing. Right. And then rerun the optimization here now, using this without accuracy. Let's see what we get. So now this is giving me 178. Okay, because we absolutely don't need as much accuracy here. 178. That's 277. And he's got 114. Let's call it 500 for the rounding sake. Feels like that's a weaker build than my last one, I have to say. But, you know, we trust the optimizer. It normally gives us good stuff. Ironically, it's recommending HP there, which I think I need to change that to critical damage. That's why. And this one needs to probably be health. Rerun it again. $289. It's a bit better. 11471. 11471. So 289. Alright. Okay, so we're going to get 75% ignore defense because we have lethal. That's going to put 151. Now, we're not going to get it on the A1, so the A1 is actually only going to be like 94 versus 61. It's still stronger. I think low accuracy is the way to go here. So, you know, low accuracy. I mean, I can't get him at 300 speed, though. There's a level where if you're not 300 plus, then 280 is not worth it. Right? If I go 300 speed, the damage is just going to be trash. Just so you're clear, by the way, I'm not doing accuracy for the A3 on the basic. I'm doing accuracy for damage. I mean, that's actually not bad. That's kind of not bad. I mean, I lose the ignore defense, but it's faster. I mean, how much is the ignore defense actually having an impact here? 108, 6, 506, 276. Oh, it is having a pretty big impact. That's using supersonic. I will gain double bonus here, though, of course. So I'll make up for it. And obviously, that's using the other build. If I just go back and I refresh it, and I basically run it again. This time using the other banner. much lower. But it does give me lethal. So this will be a lethal build, 97260. So it's 97260. 260% critical damage. 304 speed. 253 accuracy. When you run an Axie banner, though, you do run the risk that you don't get the 100% bonus damage, which is what you want here. I don't want that. I do have 25% ignore defense. Right, because let me just double check again. If the enemy's Axie is higher, I ignore 50% defense. So it's not 100% here. Equal to or higher. So it would be 75%, that's better. Or 25%. I don't know, I kind of think this build's good. This build might be the best. Basically, strip Frolny. I'll be honest though, stripping Carnage's gloves is painful. This literally says strip Frolny and put it on him. I am on the second form. I'm optimizing with the second form in mind. Feels good. 304 speed. If I go any faster, it's probably not going to work. I'm going to have to find a replacement for Carnage's gloves, but I can probably... I mean, that is kind of hard. That's one of the... I mean, that is very difficult. That is very difficult to find a replacement for Carnage's gloves. In lethal. I lose 14 speed and 400 attack. Holy crap. It's kind of hard to replace Carnage's gloves, though. And I use Carnage all the time. Although Carnage is super slow as well. So maybe Carnage needs rebuilding a bit. Because he's only 240 speed at the moment. So maybe we just need to rebuild Carnage a bit. Let's do this. Just check. HP. Speed. This needs a bit of a reroll. Ooh. Oh my god. I just used a 6-star glyph. I just used a 6-star glyph. And it went from +2 to +3. I freaking hate my life right now. I can't even look at that piece. I swear to God, if the new 6-star glyphs that we're getting just have the same nonsense, I'm gonna, like, cry. Alright. Just keep doing me dirty. It's fine. I love it. Now, the only issue is I need to switch these gloves. Crit damage! Oh, it's going to cost me all the dust. Crit damage. Crit damage. Crit damage. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're optimized. Now we've got variable sets of 8 HP is good, defense resistance useless, useless, useless. It doesn't necessarily pay me to get Laura Steel. So I got a choice. I could go the support for HP. Or I can go defense tree and get Wisdom of Battle. Yeah, I think defense tree. Pick up the resistance, right? Let's go here. This. This. Now, here's some choices we can make. Doesn't really pay me to do this. I could go for Ruthless Ambush or Life Drinker. Here as well, I could go for Delay Death, but it's much better to go Opportunist. Now, one of the good things is Blood Shield is quite useful from him. Blood Shield is pretty good for enemies with high HP. I much prefer that. I could have gone for this one, mind, but we'll see how it goes. This one, I feel like I'll go for Opportunist. And this one, I feel like... we just do that. Okay. Okay. Get in there. So, alternate form right now, we're at 99,298 speed. I should really, if I'm being honest, blow the last 6-star glyph. It's better. +5, +3, that's fine. The banner has got a +3. It could do with a 6-star glyph, but it's okay. So, 306 speed. It goes down to 300 speed a little bit, which makes sense because I put a +5 glyph and I've got a couple +3s. 99,000 health, 266% crit damage because I got a bit from the relic. It's pretty good. Now all we need to do is fix Carnage. And I think he's still wielding all the best stuff for him. Because my banners, again, kinda suck. I'm not gonna lie. Banners kinda suck. So that's kind of good. Stone Skin. I mean, I can reroll that, whatever. So, let's see what he gets. Stats, 250. We're running it. Of course, he wanted to take Embrys Gloves back off of him. Okay, 250 speed, Stone Skin. That could work. Kind of take from Fabian a bit, which is kind of annoying. I just tried to build Marius and Carnage at just level. They feel something without blessings. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, really, isn't it, Mr. Cypher? The game is much more about the blessings you hold. Like, Carnage didn't really start evolving for me until I got the 4-star. Once you get the 4-star blessing, Carnage kind of became a bit of a different beast for me. It really does make a difference. Why is it 110%? Probably because I need to switch this around. Okay, let's see. Lethal, 1, 2, 3, 4. Stone Skin, 1, 2. 244 speed. It's because I need to... That should be attack. I need to basically reroll this. Alright then, let's go. Crit damage. Nope. Crit damage. Nope. Crit damage. Oh, man. Well, that sucks for a while. He's going to be perma-blocked. Let's just re-roll this into HP attack. Q. He's going to be perma block for a while. Where are we losing speed? 3 up there, 3 but there, 4 but there. It's probably okay. He's a bit slow. Don't really know why. I think it's just low rolls of glyphs. Because I've lost 2, 1, 2 speed, and 1 speed there, so it adds up. This needs to just be crit damage. And then we'll be laughing. He's on Nature's Wrath at the moment. I don't really know if that's good or not. I've also got him with Eagle Eye because that is the best mastery for him. He's a bit slow, but he's still solid. That's all that really matters. He's solid. He hits hard. When I get the right attack rolls and everything, it'll be better. But I don't mind that he's got a bit more accuracy either. The only other one I broke now was Phenax. Which Phenax? Where is my Phenax? This dude needs another critical damage. Fast running out of critical damage gloves here. In lethal. Take that. Way too much crit rate, but it will be fine. Okay. Frolny is totally naked now. Frolny is useless. But Embrys is a better champion than Frolny. So let's take it through a dry run. What are all these login rewards I'm getting? Reward calendar. What do we get today? Oh, wow. Don't get too excited, guys. We've got an epic book. We've got a blimmin' epic book. Okay, time to play test. So get through all these. Claim. Get rid of the red dots. Yes. Daily gem pack. Yes. Cool. Alright. Let's take him for a bit of a dry run. Let's see if we can find someone in here that looks awful to fight against. Who will have a lot of stone skin? You're going to have stone skin. Let's take Frolny out. Let's bring in Embrys, which I really need to tag as arena. Okay. Okay. So let's just kill you. Let's give him a turn. And then we just go switcheroni out. Well, he died to necrosis. He died. Okay, so all this is kind of useless, but I mean, I can do this first. And then get an extra turn. And he's go big eyes, and then, I don't know, I mean, what can we do? Do this. Get an extra turn. Don't know what that really did. Other than give me free 10% ignore defense. And then just, I suppose, go smash him. Oh, wow, cool. Look at that animation. I think he only survived because he had reaction there. Can we find someone else? Look at all these speed teams. Okay, I think I need to find... Let's find one of these. There you go. Let's take out Mr. Frolny. Let's bring in this. Let's bring up to you. You come down here. You go away. And let's bring in... Where's Lamasu? Okay. I mean, the amount of turns you take... Kind of mental. Okay, so... What can we do here? We can try to kill her. Destroy a little bit of max HP. You do this. And then do the old Swapperino. Okay, weak hit. That's the only problem. Weak hits. Right, that's what you saw there. A weak hit. Didn't weak hit that, though. At this point, I can do that. Then switcheroni. Then that. And then this. I mean, the damage is not crazy. The damage is not crazy. I will be honest. Oh yeah, Harima is reducing him. That's a fair point. Block revive. That's a fair point. Harima was reducing that. But you can see how many turns you can take, though. It's kind of nuts how many extra turns you can take. That's why I said Chrono Cube might be quite good on him because of the amount of extra turns he takes. Oh, man. I really hate these stupid teams that have... Can we just kill? Oh my god, it's going to take forever. Why do I have to fight Ultimate Death Knights on defense? Weak hits. Literally the bane of my existence, this. Weak hitting. Come on. There we go. Finish him off. Holy moly. He's not booked. No, he's not booked at the moment. Because obviously, I'll wait to book him until such a time that I can benefit from the booking. I'm not really worried about booking him too soon. Can we just force him? Thank you. Right, let's see if we can find another one down here. Let's see. Let's take on this team. That team will die, it's fine. Sure. She died. I'll probably lose. Let's move on for that. It's fine. Okay. So let's just kill this dude. Get some necrosis going. Replace. I'll fire out some of that. Oh, man. Yeah. I can't tell if Carnage is winning because I've got Carnage or if someone else is winning for me. That's what I haven't quite figured out yet. I feel like Carnage is doing a lot of the work. Let's take him into live. I mean, my arena teams are basically free to play in the sense that they're all free champions. It's Marius, Mikage, Lamasu. It's literally all free champions. Marius, Embrys, Carnage, Mikage, and Lamasu. Free champs. Well, I don't need Sulfurion anymore, Jacob. Why was I using Sulfurion to strip Stone Skin? I don't need him anymore because I have Embrys, who strips Stone Skin. It's the same role, so technically you could drop Sulfurion and put Embrys in, it would do the job. It would do the job. I mean, of course, there's always affinity issues, but I'm just saying from the free-to-play point of view. Right? I could basically run complete free champs. We'll do it this time. I mean, I need to think about damage, though. It's nice as well, actually, because one of the biggest problems I was having, if someone picked Marius, I was forced to pick Frolny, and Frolny was never quite... was never quite the free-to-play pick. And it was never quite good enough, you know? Who's he going to take away? Oh, he's not banning Embrys yet. So whenever they would pick either Carnage or Marius, I'd be like, oh, I have to go towards Frolny. And Frolny didn't quite pack enough punch. Embrys will. All right, he's going to go first, probably. Oh, wow, he didn't go first. Okay, well, we'll just kill you. Uh-oh, necrosis. That's kind of annoying. But I can change form. And then equalize HP. And then go like this. Bye-bye. Oh, it's gross. He's so good. He's so good. He's so good. Oh, man. That was gross. That is good. I mean, that was basically in his unbooked version. And it's like, as long as you kill one person off, that necrosis is going to be really nasty. Yeah, block revive. Can't get back from that. No book. No blessing. And keep in mind, mythical blessings on 1-star are huge. Right? It's basically 10% more HP he's going to get when he gets a blessing. That's a big boost. We could absolutely just pick this here. I could even pick Fabian. What are we liking? There's a lot of magic wielders. Let's pick our lands. Right, 1-star is 11,500 HP. That's a big boost of damage. It's a significant boost. Because I've got a 6-star Mikage, which is automatically 20 speed faster. Who do I want to take out here? Probably you. I'm probably not going to win this speed race, but we'll see what happens. I have Mikage 6-star, so she's always 20 speed faster than Xu Zhen. I can't beat my Xu Zhen. Xu Zhen could be 407, Mikage will be 334 if I built her for full speed. I need to rebuild my Mikage, actually. Okay, so let's go and kill the Siphi. Okay, well that was a bit of a disadvantage. Didn't expect to do all that kind of damage. Really? Okay, right. Let's go and steal some Terminator. Oh man, I got wanded. She wandered. How did I even get stunned? What stunned me? Right, okay. So, what do we do here? I could swap. And I just switch. Like, I don't know. Do that. And then just do that. I think it was a mistake. Oh, he died. Nobody really knows what's going on. I shouldn't have A3'd. I made a mistake. I A3'd. I shouldn't have A3'd. It's not that I'm going to get a turn anyway. But I shouldn't have A3'd anyway. I wasn't going to get a turn because of that, but yeah, but the stun went on Siphi and... The stun went on Siphi and it also went on thing. And he still had intercept. So I must have reflected the stun back off of a stone skin. Like... Did I reflect the stun off a stone-skinned Unknown? Did I? I don't know where I got stunned. Oh man, it applies before they... Oh, that's so stupid. Of course it does. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Let's make the wand even more OP. Because Commodus still had Intercept, so I didn't proc his Intercept. I mean, it could have been Commodus, I guess, but I'm pretty sure it would have procced the Intercept. I have a free skill. Yeah, I know, but the... yeah, I could have used it. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. The reason why I didn't use it, John, was he would have blocked the Intercept. He would have blocked the Fear with the Intercept anyway. And I could have polymorphed myself, so... Bring on Master this time. And let's say... Get rid of Noel. And they are picking on my Carnage today. Okay. Faster, so let's go and beat up you. Would have appreciated actually enfeebling the guy that's going to ruin me, but okay. It's fine. Necrosis is up. You all die. And then let's do that. And then let's change form. And then let's go kill you. I mean, Odin could still win on his own. It's unlikely. It's unlikely, but he could still win on his own. Oh, wait. Where did I get Intercept from? Does he have Intercept? What the hell did I get Intercept from? Where did I get Intercept from? Oh, Lamasu. Oh, of course. Thank you. Blind as a bat. I mean, we can't ignore block damage, so we'll just go and kill him. He's dead. I was like, where the hell did I get... It's late. Okay. He's kind of ruined. Although, this Odin can still wreck me, by the way. He absolutely could still wreck me. Because his A3 can easily kill... my dude on the left. And... should be fine. Boom. Okay, you know, well. Making progress. I know, but I was using the Master to take a turn. I forgot she does Intercept. Oh, God. Oh, God, I've got a 12,000 point live arena guy. I'm going to lose. Rock out the mythicals right from the get-go. Embrys get you... doubt it. As with most things, he still needs a soul. I would say he needs probably a 1-star soul. I would say he probably needs a 1-star soul because it gives him so much stat. Man, I'm going to lose the speed race. But that's fine. Let's go with... let's go with that. With a lot of conviction, Tyler. A lot. I actually think how long until that 12,000 points is going to break with the amount of... with Crypto and Cartman. I didn't really check. Who won the war between Crypto and Cartman? Was it... which one won? I didn't really check. 2 damage dealers, 2 supports. So I could go Sulfurion or I could go Fabian. I'm probably going to lose the speed race, though. So... we'll go with... Sulfurian, and we will take away, I guess, this and hope for the best. We're probably going to lose the speed race because he should take my Mikage. If he's a smart person, he bans the Mikage. He's not a smart person. Okay, well, that's... Can't really help them there. I mean, if he's banned the banner, why? Let's just do this. Can't deal with that anymore, my friend, can you? Okay, what are you all gonna do? Everyone has got Stone Skin Intercept. So you died. Annoyingly, Necrosis doesn't work if they have Stone Skin, so now I don't know what's gonna happen here. He's gonna revive them, probably revoke... Oh, he just gets the Necrosis. Okay, interesting. He just gets Necrosis when the Stone Skin runs out. It's kind of gross. Alright, well... I just kind of want to switch form. And just kind of equalize. Thanks, mate. And just one-shot you. Oh, not quite, because it protects him. Didn't have enough points to be able to win my Embrys war. What's this? Trash. 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 Man, why is this chest not full 6-star gear? Like, please. Just full 6-star gear. It is literally 35 wins. 35 wins. Just 6-star gear it. Seriously. Yeah, Galactic couldn't really do much there. Although, to be fair, he missed one of the bombs from... his Nishak, which could have killed my Embrys. Oh. He's very brazen. Brazen coming in with his Galactic Commodus combo. He's going for speed. I don't think I can win the speed race, but we'll find out in today's episode of Will He Ban My Mikage. Again, if you're a smart person, you look at that thing and you go, what's the fastest champion there? Probably the Mikage. You ban the Mikage, win the speed race, and one-shot me. Right, he's got to pick a damage dealer here. So I have to ban the Arbiter. He should ban the Mikage. You should ban the Mikage. Please ban the... Oh my god. Oh, his Galather is fast. Wow, his Galather is crazy fast. His Galather has got to be 440 speed, something like that. That Galather is insanely fast. What's the best way to do this? Let's try to switch form, I think. Well, we got rid of a lot of it. That Galather is fast. He has to A3 someone. Okay, he's A3'd my Embrys. He's probably going to win this one. Well, he hasn't won everything yet. Now he has. Congrats. Just a fast Galather. Took control of the fight. Couldn't do anything. I mean, that was really, really fast Galather. Right, probably 420, 430, if not more. But he had a 6-star Galather, so you would expect that, right? He was a 6-star Mikage versus a 6-star Galather. Okay, Wonder. Thanks for wasting a turn. I don't know why I did that. No, Mikage is just in fast build. She's currently 424, but she needs to be rebuilt to be faster. Wow, 19,000. Galath's come out of the woodwork apparently tonight. I have this period of time like I had with Marius, because I've been able to get Embrys really fast. I've managed to get Embrys. Probably a couple of people are saving him for the next big moment to summon. I've got an advantage now where I can utilize him more while I'm waiting for other people. But it won't last long. But there's a moment in time where I can at the moment. Let's just take that out. Win the speed race. The only thing I don't like about Necra is it kind of forces you into this window where you can't run a speed lead. Because, you look, he hasn't got a speed lead now, so I will always win the speed race because I'll have an aura. An aura always wins no aura. Okay, well, that's fine. What can I do here? Get rid of the stone skin. Wow, can't I? Yeah, I forgot Ileal Necra is fast. That's fine. Let's just do that to get an extra turn. Resisted everything because I don't have accuracy. Switch all this. Resisted everything. Man, sucks. Wait, how did I? Oh, it's because he's got lightning cage. I was like, how did I not switch his stone skin? Well, that just got wrecked. I was like, how did I not switch it? And it's because, of course, he's got lightning cage, which doesn't work. Okay. We're pulling the crack in this right now. Yeah, because lightning cage stops it. Elixium. It's the one thing that does stop him is lightning cage. Which I should have noted. I should have switched form and used like use the switch and just try to basically one shot, but this guy's gonna be fast. I've got no chance. There's too much damage. Hegemon's gonna have to get banned because he always one-shot me because he's got too much damage there. And he's gonna go faster because he's got a +2 Arbaeus. I wouldn't win with banner. I wouldn't even win with a banner here because he's got a +2 Arbaeus 6-star awakened, a +2. Like, this is just what I was saying, right? It wouldn't matter whether I had banner here or not because he's got so much gear and so much pure power. He's going to go first whatever I do. Right? And if he doesn't go first, see, look how much faster he is. This is no chance for me. There's zero chance. I lost this in matchmaking. Because this bomb's going to go off and he's going to one-shot me. Oh, we weak hit, though. I mean, Embrys is holding on. That is going to get protected, though. So... only downside with not having accuracy is you don't get this A2, which would be handy. So I can switch. There's not really much point me doing this right now. I might as well just switch form. And just, I don't know, probably hold on to that sec. Wow, that was strong. That just ripped through. I mean, I'm going to lose, but hey. Whoa, oh, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what is going on. But I lived for a very brief moment in time. And I'm going to lose. Weak hit. Damn, he's too quick. If I can A3. Weak hit again. Okay, who do I want to swap form with? You. Swap health. Go kill him. This is Embrys to the rescue for a very brief moment. It's not going to last long. It's really not going to last long because he's got too much turns and he is going to eventually kill me. Because he's just going to CC me to death now. Weak hit! I don't know what's going on. Oh, man. Alright. I can't target anyone. But I can do this. Weak hit. Man, I have weak hit the crap out of this. There we go. I weak hit him. I mean, I delayed it a long time. Imagine if I had the blessing. That's what I've been trying to say, right? I've lost 3 in a row, whatever. But imagine if I had the 1-star blessing, I would have killed the Arbaeus there. Probably would have lived. Because the thing is, he tried to one-shot me, got himself killed. Oh, and by the way, we just tested it, just to prove what everyone said. I reflected the damage when I died. And self-revived. So, that passive does work. Where he reflects the damage back to the attacker, even though he dies, he self-revives, I killed the person. So it's a counter to people like Siegfried. Right? The only reason why I kind of didn't win that is because Siegfried has his second passive. He has self-revive on his passive, yeah. I mean, that Ethan is a spender. That's a strong account that I just went up against with basically a... I would call it an averagely decent build for Embrys. I wouldn't call it insanely high-end. It's a strong build. But it's not high-end. He needs a soul, right? Let's just bring... I mean, we could bring Fabian. Let's bring Fabian. Let's take out... I gotta break the period, I think. But I think it'd be fine. I'm fighting big boys here. Like, these are the people that play a lot of Arena. It's a good test for the champion to play the high end to see how strong it is. You know, I'm not exactly the most experienced high end Arena player, so to test it in this fashion is good. Okay, I'm fast enough. So I could attack Marichka, but it will probably kill me. So the best thing to do is to attack this, because I'm all single target. Apart from that, that was bad. Oh, that was not good. Try lockout. That's fine. Buffs are going to go up. Oh, no. Right, so what can I do here? I can probably fear. Then switcheroo, I think. Narcissus might one-shot me, though. Honestly. Narcissus could just right now one-shot me. Oh, wait, no. Oh, because he's locked out, isn't he? So now what I want to do is switcheronio. A3. Block revive. He'll die, it's fine. Do this. Stun him up. That's fine. Not a problem. Switcheroni. And who do we want to take out? I could block 5 Siffy, but it's much better if I just block revive him. Okay. No, no, not yet. That may have been a mistake. Honestly, that may have been a mistake. Just tried it. Man, can I kill? They have no health. They have literally no health. Okay, Necrosis killed them. Thank you, Necrosis. It was nice knowing you, Raz. That's the value of Necrosis right there. Didn't quite have enough to kill them. Necrosis finished it off. 90,000 health, 252. It's a pretty good base. I think 250 speed is pretty good base. Oh, my poor KNG. You could still beat me, but... The pause button disappears when you're going to win or lose, Jason. If you're going to win or lose, the pause button goes. And honestly, do you know what the best thing about these setups are? Both Embrys and Lamassu set up Carnage. Because once Carnage gets 3 debuffs, that's the second form of block revive. So I can either block revive with Carnage on his alternate or with Embrys on his alternate now. And all of them get set up lovely. Basically, total free-to-play team. 0 spend. This team has 0 spend. Okay, the Mikage 6-star soul. Whatever, that's an irrelevancy. But this team you could actually acquire without spending a dime in the game. Might take you 5 years, but you could do it. Who do we want to get rid of here? Honestly, I don't really know who I want to get rid of. Probably Shu Zhen. Technically. Yes, it does, Hammer. Could be a fast Crixia, but I'm going to be faster than Crixia, so let's kill off the Crixia. Necrosis. More Necrosis. Oh, Necrosis killed you, my friend. I mean, I can literally just change form and just kill him. I like him. I really like Embrys. I mean, this is basically... What was our win rate there? I lost 4 because I had a bit of a rough time against, like, you know, Giga players. But I mean, I went toe-to-toe with Ethan. And I lasted quite a long time. And that's a +2 Arbeus I lost to. And a Siegfried. Like, I went toe-to-toe with Ethan. Beat Raz. UFO... I mean, I just set up this wrong. It's a very strong team. And of course, I lost to Brazen Hit. But, you know, I beat up some reasonably strong players. I'm pretty... That is... He impresses me. He does impress me. He, Yeah. I think he's strong. I think he's really kind of nuts. Let's take him into PvE. Let's try him in here. Let's go you out, you in. Oh, we need a soul. Hang on. Oh, let's go to you. Who's got the highest soul? No. No. I need another soul. That sucks. So only downside with this, you need souls. Hmm. 4-star soul. Is there an epic I can use? You. Got there in the end. Holy crap. Okay, so let's go. So we can do this. And then I guess switch forms. And then just start smashing. Oh, look at that. Honestly, his damage is good. This thing is annoying me. Block revive. More necrosis. Oh, necrosis doing its work. Don't get me wrong, it's like, it's not like his damage is insane, but it's good. It's strong enough. You know, look at that. That's basically pretty much most of their health gone. He's going to cleanse, probably. Yeah, and this is not booked either, right? So that's obviously a factor. Health swap. Let's just try not to lose. That would be wonderful. What should we kit that? Oh, no, that's good. Shield going. Beautiful. Block revive. More necrosis. Get a block revive. So this is going to do like 20% of this champion's max HP now. If he even gets a turn, it's probably not going to get a turn because just smacking it to death. Let's just do that. Drop turn meter. Whoa, look at that hit. This is Soul Cross as well. It pretty much just one-shot Siffy in Soul Cross. Legit just one-shot Siffy in Soul Cross. Without souls, without books. Okay, the gear is good. But I mean, that's a stage 25 Siffy. And he's just like literally ripped it apart. See what he can do here. Let's get rid of you. Don't know what you do. Now, it doesn't work as well on bosses, which kind of sucks, but... So, let's do that. Let's do... I mean, we can't swap counterattack. So... What do we do? I guess we switch form. And then... I don't know, do that. It's kind of cool. Hmm... Let's just start whacking the Spider Queen. So what does this do? Swaps if the target is a boss, fully restores his match XP. This champion is a fully heals champion instead. Okay. Don't know if it's really useful or not. I feel like I should just switch him back to his other form. But hey. Just keep smacking. That was a mistake. Oh, that hurt. Okay. Oh, we block revived. Somehow I block revived. I block revive without necrosis. I don't know how I did it. I did it somehow. Oh, it just does it anyway. I didn't think I needed it. Okay. Well. Doesn't really matter. He's going to die because I don't have enough to stop that. But hey. Okay. Well, if I didn't actually trigger it, would have been fine. 9-piece Mercenary with Nature's Wrath and Wrath. It's strong. I know it's strong. I don't need to test it to know that's strong. Do this. Switch form. Go kill this. Oop, nearly. Block revive. That's useful. Learning how to actually use the champion is always part of the fun. For some reason, I thought his A1 needed... Let's just kill the Spirelings off. Wow, that A1 is... That A2 hits hard if the axe is low. For some reason, I thought his A1 needed Necrosis to block revive. He doesn't. He just needs to kill someone. It's a Phenax. It's this double hit he needs. That's what I forget. This is fine. A shield. I need 3 of that. Block revive. I mean, now we can just smash. There's not much you can do. We can't revive anymore. Just go smash fun. I should try to get decreased defense on that target on the right. Right. Somehow it still froze me though, didn't you, mate? Ugh. Can we stop killing the boss whilst we are dying a little bit here? Would appreciate it. Come on. Get a shield out. Lovely. I mean, obviously if he was booked, I'd have access to his abilities more often. But I block revive the minions, which is really valuable here. Can't really do anything to me, he can't right now. So now this I would just go full heal. What? Oh, I nearly killed him. One down. Boom. Very good. That might be alright. I am very, very impressed with Embrys. I knew I would be, to be honest. When he was first announced, a lot of people were a bit like, oh, it's not that good, blah, 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 he's alright. I always thought he was going to be Giga, to be honest. I always thought and felt he would be extremely Giga. Just purely because of the power that he can bring in terms of the extra turns and everything. I'm gonna go through this stage. Fun. Fun, fun. Oh, we can use him over here as well. It's a shame he can't destroy max HP, though. Oh, he can. Oh, yeah, he can. Oh, yeah, yeah, of course he can. So let's just take you out. You can destroy max HP, can't you? Because on his A1, look, destroys each target's max HP. It doesn't even do it based on damage. It just straight up does it. So he's Giga for this. Because he's straight up going to be able to just break the defense with Skull Lord. He's literally just going to break the defense. So he's even good for things like Cintranos for this sort of stuff. Because we can switch form now if I wanted to. I've broken his defense and just start wrecking face. Because I can heal if I want to. Heal to full, restore max HP, smash. He does not need Axie to do the swap. He needs it for his A2. So he'll need Axie to do the True Fear on his A2, but he doesn't need it for his swap. Oh, that nearly died. Block revive. Anything good might be alright. Probably bad. Bad. Look at all this 5-star gear in the highest difficulty of Cintranos. 5-star everywhere. Such a disappointment. Where else does he work? Any other places? A little snoop around and see what he's got going. Oh man, he would have been so much better for this stage as well. Because look what he can do. Look at this. Boom. Look how quickly he can deal with this stupidity. Boom. Boom. Let's go in. And you might want resistance here. Break it. Oh my god, it's so gross. I mean, you might need to put resistance on him, but hey. Oh no, you don't. Look, switch form. How will I ever survive? Health swap. Boom. Boom. Man, this would save so much time in Cintranos not having to run a poisoner. Just build a bit of resistance on him so you don't get provoked, and it's super easy. You know, when I don't get provoked every turn. Like now. Free swap. Boom. Just need to be able to resist the provoke, right? Which is why I'll probably fail this. Because I'm getting perma-provoked. If you put him in a blood shield, you won't get provoked. Oh wait, he revived. Boom. Oh man, I can never lose. I can never lose. Because I just revived myself. Oh, it's Giga. Yeah, but with Sand Devil, you need to have turn meter, though, because you've got the turn tournaments. So you never want to go slow in Sand Devil because it's you want a fast team for the turn tournament, but no, this time, my friend. Now, normally, obviously, you would break his full HP bar in form 1 before you actually switch form, but he was going to die if I didn't. Literally just Giga. You're not swapping HP, Devon. If it's a boss, he full heals. That's what I'm trying to say. He doesn't swap the HP, he full heals if it's a boss. So it doesn't matter. It works on every boss because of that reality. I don't think he's broken. Like, he's not gonna like redefine my account. Marius is broken. This guy is just really strong. Puts me number 1 there. Like I said, I don't think he's busted. I just think he's really strong. It's quite nuts. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, guys. A lot longer stream than I'd planned. Embrys. Man, what a champion. What a champion. Pretty much when I get a soul on him, and I was using the Axe Serpentis, so I wasn't even using that much of a special relic on him. The reason why I used it for HP and crit damage. But honestly, the relic is not helping him whatsoever. It's giving him 2% damage. That's about as useful as this relic is. I should completely rethink the relic idea. Really, he probably wants the wand. The wand is perfect for him. The wand is absolute perfection for him, right? We can basically, we can basically rebuild this. Imagine what we could do with the wand. Okay, we could put triangular. Let's see, what do we got here? Have I got any triangulars? I'm pretty sure I got a pretty good triangular somewhere. Maybe I don't. Can't remember which triangulars I got. I don't have many good triangulars. I thought I had a good one. I thought I had a Tempest Sanguineous equipped on someone, though. I could have sworn I had a Tempest Sanguineous equipped on Lamasu. Yeah, there it is. There's the triangle I was looking for. When he places a debuff, he gains turn meter. Great. So I should probably take that, put that on a wand. So when we get the freebie wand, he'll be getting a wand. And then circular-wise, we'll just give him what he currently has here, which is this one. And then I could easily just go and give him another, like, Giga circular one. Like, I don't know, this or, I don't know, something like that. There's like so many good circular ones I can give him turn meter gain. I'll take him off Axe Serpentis then. And I'll basically give him that setup. Because he does debuff a lot. This is 2 debuffs. Necrosis will count as well. Necrosis counts as a debuff. So I'd imagine every time he places Necrosis on someone, he gains turn meter. Which is kind of gross. I don't even know if maybe he gains turn meter when a Necrosis activates, potentially. It's quite nuts, honestly. He's, the fact it works whether he's alive or dead. This is really strong as well. So you get the self-revive. I mean, I haven't even got him booked right now. His cooldowns are quite high for Mythical, though, I will say that. But, you know, I was missing 30% damage on his A1 and 20% damage on his A2, and I was one-shotting very strong champions. Yeah, I've got that one already. I've got that one already. Every time he revives, decreases all damage. So I'd keep that one. I could give him my actual Marius one. I could give him Marius's relic. So every time he kills someone, he gains 30% more damage. The dream setup is that. The dream setup for him is probably, in terms of gemstones, this one, every time he's revived, he decreases damage. Plus this one, every time he kills, he increases damage. And then with the diamond... Honestly, I think the best one is this one. Gathering Momentum. They won't stack, no. Because the bonus will stack, but not the cap. The cap doesn't stack, the bonus does. So it wouldn't work. But Gathering Momentum would be great. So every time he debuffs you, get more Terminator. It's better than, you know. It's better than what he has. I mean, the rest kind of useless. Really. I mean, to be honest, Caught Unaware might be alright. Because it's temporary accuracy. Right? You don't want to have a lot of build accuracy. Because you always want to make sure that A2 double hits. So, Caught Unaware is temporary accuracy. So, potentially that is a good way to look at it. In the sense that it gives you, like, 100 free accuracy. I don't know if it's worth it, though. I'd probably just want to take Gather Momentum, if I'm being honest. But the chances are you're not going to apply... That's the only thing with diamonds. They're a bit niche. And it's very difficult to find much use. Right. It's more for, like, reactive stuff. The diamonds are very good for revivers, which he's not very good at, because he doesn't revive anyone. I mean, that's pretty good, though. Maybe actually you go Expeditious. If you can get the True Fears out, it's pretty good. There is some good options here, right? There is some good options. But that's what I would do, is get the wand and basically wand him up. We'll be getting a wand soon, right? When are we going to get this wand? What's the vote at? We know it's going to get a wand. This reminds me of Wixwell, right? When they did Wixwell, it was so obvious what everyone was going to vote for because they basically picked all the skills that were unique. The guy that had Intercept that nobody had. The guy that could grow a shield, right? They just basically picked every passive and every ability that was totally kind of unique and not on any other champion. The only champion that could do 100% A1 provoke. And they've done the same thing here. They basically made it so obvious which one they're going to give, because Wand is so broken, everyone is of course going to pick Wand. And nobody wants the Axe Serpentis because it's totally useless for anything other than Hydra. And this one is okay, but it's nowhere near the Wand. Like, it's basically like Wand Light. And this is too... Like, this doesn't give you enough power. It's great, it doesn't give you enough power. This gives you insane power, so it's obvious what everyone's going to vote for. When will we get it? Gotta wait 24 days. Oh my god, we gotta wait till May the 4th. Oh, gotta wait till Star Wars Day. We gotta wait till Star Wars Day, man. Do you know if gems stack? All the gems pretty much stack. They just don't stack. They all stack. They're all not unique, but some of the effects won't stack. So, for example, caps won't stack, and some of the other things don't. So. Anyway, we'll leave it there. Let's just check. I've done the Summon Rush. Yes, that's good. I've done Dungeon Diver. Yes, that's good. Champion Training. Gotta do Champion Training. Classic Arena, we've done. I'm on target. I don't know why I'm doing this fusion, I'll be honest. I have no idea. How many have I got so far? We're at 175 frags. 1 week to go. Well. Anyway, I will leave it there, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. It was a great pleasure. And I will probably not be streaming in the week. I've got a very busy week, but I'll try and do a weekend stream again. But yeah, I'm trying to get on top of things, but we'll see how it goes. But anyway, catch you later.